CHM isn't insurance. It's a health cost-sharing ministry. And that means members help pay one another's medical bills. And they've been serving Christians since 1981. CHM programs start at just $115 a month. So if you're paying more than you need for healthcare, that money could be going towards paying off debt, building your emergency fund, or reaching your next financial goal. A lot of families find CHM gives them more room in the budget, and that's why so many members say they are better with CHM. Right now, new members receive a 50% credit towards their first month of membership. So go to chministries.org/budget and use promo code Ramsey. That's chministries.org/budget and promo code Ramsey.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 2 o'clock, and good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
The Arizona Department of Health Services reminding parents and teachers about the risks associated with the extreme heat as students head back to school. The department is warning teachers and coaches about the ongoing heat warnings in the state this month, encouraging educators to keep students safe and hydrated during any outdoor activities. The department's stressing that kids and teens are at a higher risk of heat-related illness, highlighting some warning signs to look out for: muscle spasms, heavy sweating, dizziness, or nausea. You can read more Education Solutions stories by going to KTAR.com/education.
I'm proud to introduce my running mate, former Mesa Mayor John Giles.
It is now official. Governor Katie Hobbs has named her pick for Lieutenant Governor.
Hobbs announcing her decision in an online campaign video.
We are electing a governor and lieutenant governor on the same ticket. And the first thing I looked for in a running mate was someone who shares that value of putting Arizonans ahead of partisan politics.
Giles previously served as the Republican mayor of Mesa from 2014 to 2025. However, back in May, he swapped his party affiliation to independent. Appearing alongside Hobbs in the announcement video, Giles explained the decision.
I was a lifelong Republican before becoming an independent because extremists shouldn't stand in the way of getting things done. I'm proud to join Katie Hobbs as her candidate for lieutenant governor, because Katie will continue to put Arizona first.
In a statement, the campaign team for Hobbs' Republican opponent, Andy Biggs, called Giles Kamala Harris's favorite Arizona mayor, who's been aligned with Hobbs on all issues they say have hurt Arizonans over the past 4 years. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
The U.S. military says its forces fired on a Panamanian-flagged ship in the Gulf of Oman. The ship tried to evade an American blockade on Iranian ports. U.S. Central Command says the vessel ignored the warnings, prompting a helicopter to fire the missiles into the engine room, disabling the ship. The statement does not mention any casualties. Flock cameras have taken over local headlines recently after public concern they're being used for more than just a tool for law enforcement. And many are worried the cameras are collecting our data without consent. Trevor Chandler, the company's public affairs director, joined the Mike Broomhead Show to clear up any misinformation, saying this is not the case.
All data is fully owned by each agency. Flock does not own the data, and only your agency is able to access it, and only they get to choose who they share with, if they want to share at all.
Chandler added that a Flock camera's main purpose is to provide actionable evidence to solve crimes. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. A state tribal agreement was signed today that aims to advance economic resilience in the Four Corners region. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the News Center to explain.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs signed the Memorandum of Understanding alongside Hopi Tribe Chairman Lamar Kivama and Navajo Nation President Boo Nygren. Hobbs said now the regional economy is struggling with the global decline of the coal industry, adding the state tribal agreement hopes to turn that around.
Distill lessons learned from previous closures and plan ahead for future ones. Make state resources more accessible to tribal nations and ensure coal workers' well-being and success in new industries.
Hobbs said she'll continue to fight for tribal water rights, energy access, and economic sovereignty. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Jurors in Luigi Mangioni's state murder trial will be kept anonymous over concerns they may be subject to harassment, intimidation, or improper outside influence if their identifying information is publicly released. This is according to the judge overseeing the case.
Judge Gregory Caro made the announcement when Mangione appeared in court on Tuesday
for a brief conference ahead of his September 8th trial for allegedly murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Citing concerns about jury harassment and intimidation, Judge Caro said only prosecutors and defense lawyers will have access to the jurors' names and addresses. Judge Caro justified his decision by noting that individuals identifying themselves as Mangioni's supporters have made inflammatory and hostile statements outside court and have signaled plans to try to speak with prospective jurors. Peter Haralambous, ABC News, New York.
In the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, we're finding right now a crash blocking the right lane on the 101 northbound near Rio Salado Parkway. An injury accident, Alma School Road at Riggs Road, and your typical slowdowns into downtown Phoenix already starting on the 10. Traffic brought to you by Aquazona Connecticut. Get the Connecticut K5 drinking water station for up to 20% off when you mention Gatos. Visit aquazona.com. Aquazona, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer. 106 today with partly cloudy skies, 86 overnight, and then tomorrow a 40% chance of more showers and a high of only 100. We're at 97 right now in Chandler, and weather's brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show 2 till 6. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 1.
You know, some people say
You know.
Is the greatest hour of the show.
There we go. I didn't know if your mic was on.
Hey, my mic was on.
I'm just checking. I mean, geez, I can hear your voice.
I thought maybe it was a little low.
Gail Bass, everybody.
Okay.
Gail Bass, ladies and
just one more time, for those people who are just turning it on, because they just got into the car, they dropped the phone, whatever.
Yeah.
Some say hour number 1 is the greatest hour of the show.
Hey, did the storm wake you guys up? Becky Lynn, did it wake you up yesterday?
Once again, no storm.
Oh, you got nothing again?
No.
Geez, out in Tempe, zip.
Does that mean I'm the winner?
I got
Did you
woken
get hit
up.
again? Oh, both. We'll see.
Yeah.
You're on the opposite side.
1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Not that opposite, but 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, nothing.
All right.
I'm not happy about that, but I'm happy we're getting rain. Like, did it do anything? Did anything soak through to the water table?
No,
that's all I want to know. Are we still in a drought?
Of course. Yeah, it was loud.
Not my neighbor's backyard.
And it was bright. That's all I got to say about last night.
It was bright. Oh, lightning?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, yeah. It was like there was one where I want to take my camera and do it on slow-mo, because when I do that, lightning strikes are like amazing when you watch them in slow-mo back on your phone.
Crazy.
But then I thought, I don't want to put my phone back there, because I saw the video of the guy standing by the tree that got hit by lightning while he was filming his friend trying to push a golf cart out of the mud.
Yeah, that wasn't Arizona, I don't think.
No, it wasn't, but it was still like, I thought you shouldn't be around trees with lightning.
It was crazy.
I was like, that's the worst place to be, and he discovered it was.
Well, we all like to go outside and take a look, so, But Bruce, by the way, has been hit by lightning before, so I'm sure it'll happen to a bunch of us.
That explains
It explains
a lot.
All right, let's get into... I guess we got to do it. Let's get into the president's new vaccine plan. So this came down yesterday. He has an executive order for childhood vaccinations. Okay, here's the president.
I saw this early on, and I've seen proof of it, where they have a vaccination thing, looks like the size of a bottle of soda poured into a little child's...
All right.
Well, let me just say what the American Medical Association says.
Okay.
The president of the AMA says that new recommendations on childhood immunizations put children's health at risk. A lot of medical experts are criticizing the executive order. They say vaccines are among the most thoroughly studied, effective tools we have to protect children from serious vaccine preventable diseases. And we must reiterate that there is a measles problem in the country right now, because we have, herd immunity happens because we get people vaccinated, and it helps get... I went to a church in Tempe once that had a sign on the door that says, we got a kid that's if you have chicken pox or if you've been exposed to, let us know. Don't come in the door because we're trying to do what we can to protect this child. And so I thought, putting the life of a child first and foremost above whether or not you can get in and sing with the choir, I thought was that said a lot to me.
I think I hear what you're saying, but I think maybe I'm missing the point.
I saw this early on, and I've seen proof of it, where they have a vaccination thing, looks like the size of a bottle of soda, poured into a little child's body.
Okay, so a bottle of soda. Are we talking 2 liter? I just need to know.
No. Like, maybe
is
it's
it
the
a
little
16?
mini.
Is it the mini one?
Is it the 4-ounce mini? I want to know. Or is it 6 ounces? I like those.
Isn't like the regular one that a lot of people like? You go like to a Circle K, you want a Diet Coke, you pick 16.9 ounces. That's what that is.
Well,
I looked it up.
Is he talking about big gulp size?
Okay.
Like what size of soda are we talking about?
I'm pretty sure that we're not pouring loads of liquid, like a 2-liter bottle of soda into children. I can tell you we're not doing that. I know for a fact we're not doing that. This to me, Gail, this is what this specific quote reminds me of 2 past Trump quotes that are so outrageous and stupid. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. By the way, no, they weren't. And if you think they were, I don't know what to tell you. You probably think the earth is flat. The other genius one that the president came up with, because I think this is probably a top 3. How about the sex changes that are happening in school at the nurse's office? You go in a boy, and all of a sudden, the kid goes home and is female. Now, I know that didn't happen. I promise you that didn't happen.
No, you're forgetting.
And so, goodness, I know we could go down a whole rabbit hole on the dumb things that he said.
I like the bleach in the blood, though.
Okay, yeah. That's another thing, right? Well, are you going to take your advice from a guy who said this in 2020?
Then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute.
Yeah, let's take disinfectant and wipe our insides with it. How about that?
1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that?
Sure. How do I take the wet wipe and then put it onto my liver?
Injection. Inside.
Oh, okay.
Or almost a cleaning.
Okay, so that was the inject the chlorine into me. This was good, too.
Supposing we hit the body.
Hey, let's hit the body with a bunch of what?
With a tremendous, whether it's ultraviolet or just very powerful light.
Well, wait a minute now.
Now
wait a minute.
Gracious, mother of all creatures, big and small.
In Trump's defense,
go ahead.
What happens when you go to Sky Harbor Airport and you put your hand on the handrail? Do you know what that sign says? The UV light.
It doesn't get rid of COVID inside of your body.
It's purifying the handrail.
It doesn't get.
Maybe I'm just trying to think how his brain works.
Hey,
maybe he's thinking, you know what? If they could purify the handrail at Sky Harbor Airport with that UV light.
So we're going to take.
Maybe we could blast human bodies with UV light. But please wear your sunscreen. I'm just thinking maybe that's the wormhole in his brain that he went down, thinking that could be applied.
My goodness gracious. Listen, you want to get your kid vaccinated? You don't want to get your kid vaccinated? Go. Hey, if you want to say what Trump did well, he got the vaccine out. He got the COVID vaccine. And I know some of you are like, oh, it'll kill people. Actually, no, it won't.
He actually got the vaccine.
He got the vaccine. I know he doesn't want to take credit for it. You don't have to get it anymore out there if you don't want it, okay? But, that's one thing that he did well. He cut the red tape and he got the vaccine out. And you can go look this up. Saved millions of people. I wish I got my mom the vaccine. She died of COVID. I wish there was a vaccine around before before it killed her. But listen, listen. Trump's done some okay stuff. Border is great. He deserves an A+. He got the vaccine. He deserves an A+. There's some things Donald Trump has done very well. But he's not a doctor, and Fauci was bad too. I get that. He wanted to be a rock star, and he bought all the hype, and I get all that stuff. But Trump telling you how to vaccinate.
This is the same man who put on outfits, secure outfits and went and treated people with Ebola. So I think he gets A+ too.
No, he doesn't get an A+.
He gets A+ too for being that person who is a virologist who acts there and who's acting in the best interests of his patients.
You can't get an A+. Hang on. You can't get an A+ if you got a bunch of stuff wrong. He tried, Trump tried, everybody tried, and most everybody
failed. Yeah, but you're
failed.
giving Trump A+ on certain subject matters, and certain subject matters, I think Fauci gets A+
Not on
as well.
COVID.
I said I didn't say
all
COVID.
Right. I just want to make sure. Not on COVID. But when the president comes out and says they're dumping a bottle of, like a bottle of soda into your kid, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
He said it's the size of a bottle of kid.
Ridiculous. I mean, why would anyone take medical advice from Donald Trump?
Well, I think the question is, why would you take medical advice from RFK?
Well, that's ridiculous, too. He's a buffoon. He might be the dumbest person that's ever held a cabinet position. This is a guy who pulls over on the side of the road, sees a dead raccoon, and cuts his bits off. That happened. Cut off his the stuff, cut it off.
And then the Central Park bear.
I know,
I think,
it's ridiculous.
Was that him?
Yeah, these are the people that are running the country. Listen, you don't want to get your kid vaccinated. What can I do? You're not going to get your kid vaccinated. Okay, there's a chance your kid could die. That's all.
And don't get upset because other parents don't invite them to the party.
Well, I mean, I don't like that either.
Too.
But,
it's like, I'm not getting vaccinated and they won't let me come to the wedding. That was your decision.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody knows who's vaccinated, whose kids are not.
I know people who are very vocal about it.
Yeah, well, that's probably true. If you haven't vaccinated your children, you're probably pretty vocal about not doing it. Hey, it's your choice. Okay. You don't want to look at, I know we're kind of tired of looking at the science. But that's a vaccine.
Those are the people who have not looked at the science.
That's a vaccine. We can talk the COVID vaccine shot. It's different. I get it. It was newer. But people have been doing the mumps, measles, rubella for decades and decades.
Pertussis, polio.
Yeah.
I mean,
don't get your kid the polio vaccine. Okay, you be you. All right, if you want to listen to Trump's plan, go ahead. I guess.
Just be ready for when your kid gets sick and they're older and they sue you.
I hope not. All right.
That's what one kid did. His parents wouldn't get him vaccinated, and then when he turned 18, he went and got vaccinated.
Yeah. It's a silly vax plan. It's they don't offer the three different shots at 3 different times. By the way, somebody should have told the president that. Does it make sense? I don't know. Maybe you've spread them out, maybe, but there's no scientific reasoning that it'll save your kid. But
and for the last time,
when you spread it out,
vaccines do not cause autism.
Of course they don't. And so he insinuated that. It's buffoonery. Buffoonery. You want to blow the war in Iran? Great. Now you're gonna blow up the vaccine plan? Okay, Jimmy Carter. All right, coming up next, will better pay fix Arizona's teacher shortage? The answer is no. What do you mean no? Well, we'll find out next.
Every year, summer ends and the kids go back to school. This year, I'm going back too, at My Computer Career. They helped me get financial aid, and I got to choose online or on-campus classes to fit my needs. Now I'm on a fast track to a high-demand IT career where the rewards can finally match my value. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. It's never too late to go back to school.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How did you get 30, 30, bit to get 30, bit to get 20, 20, 20, bit to get 20, 20, bit to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The city of Tempe have stopped all data sharing from its Flock automated license plate readers. This comes after Pinal County and the city of Chandler reported misuse of the Flock systems. Tempe police also clarifying they have never used Flock safety data for any purpose other than law enforcement, and no misuse was found in any audit of the Flock system. Tempe police also launching a new transparency portal displaying live data in order to show the community how that technology is used. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Got a slight chance of some rain today and tonight. Partly cloudy and expecting a high of 106. A 40% chance of rain tomorrow, and we should only hit 100. It's 98 in Gilbert. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, Bruce is out. We got Gail Bass in today. This week we bring you a special education series. We're looking at why we have so many teacher vacancies in Arizona. All the coverage is at KTAR.com. You can listen to all the shows. We're talking about it. You can hear it on the app, or the KTAR YouTube channel. And let's try and find out if better pay will fix the teacher shortage. Joining us now, Education Solutions reporter Shira Tanzer joins us as she did yesterday. All right, part one yesterday, Shira. Good stuff. Part two today. Will better pay fix Arizona teacher shortage? Yes or no?
Well, it kind of depends who you ask. Pay is definitely a major problem, as we've heard, but for the people that I talked to, the solutions really mostly came from a lack of administrative support and kind of fixing that. So when it comes to salary, Proposition 123 is kind of the main topic that came up when it comes to kind of fixing that salary issue and raising it. But we've seen that, legislators on both sides of the aisle, Hobbs, Superintendent Horn, have both agreed that Proposition 123 should be renewed, but it still hasn't. So maybe that's not something that we should be depending on when it comes to finding a quick fix for the teacher retention issue. A lot of the teachers themselves that I spoke to said that they either left the classroom or left and then returned because of a lack of administrative support. And when it comes to fixing that, that is one of the most important things that maybe would have made them stay longer in their districts. So, we've heard different solutions on how that could be, either if it's just administrators letting teachers know that they are important, that they are prioritized when it comes to the district. Superintendent Horn suggested creating a piece of legislation that would back teachers up when it came to disciplining students, would require administrators to back them up in that manner. Peter Boyle from the Center for the Future of Arizona suggested that districts include different things in the benefits packets for teachers, maybe housing, maybe some more expanded healthcare that includes mental health as well. So it's just supporting teachers in those different ways to really give them a boost behind the scenes, in addition to attempting to increase their salary as well. So,
Shira, are you telling me that if a teacher has a choice, better administrative support or more money, they're not going to take the money?
I think a lot of them would take the money. Yeah. It just seems like money is not necessarily the solution that would be the easiest right now for a quick fix to the problem. Right. Long term, yes. Obviously, teachers want to get paid more. But for right now, with the problem this bad, it doesn't look like teachers getting paid more right now looks to be a solution that could be solved within the next, year or so. But administrative support potentially could.
Now, how does this, Shira, this is Gail Bass filling in for Bruce, how does this stack up against teacher shortages in other states? Are we the only one who have this problem? Or is this something nationwide we're not going to be able to suddenly spin a magic wand and say, we're offering more money, will they come, or will other states do the same thing as we're doing, trying to figure it out?
Other states are definitely facing a shortage. It's not just us. Ours happens to be quite poor because we do pay, when you look at nationwide, Arizona falls below the halfway mark when it comes to teacher salary. And a lot of our surrounding states, Nevada, New Mexico, Utah, are paying a lot more. So if Arizona teachers want to stay in the Southwest, but they want to be making more money, there is incentive for them to move to a different state to stay in the classroom, but just get paid more. So yes, while other states are facing a teacher shortage, our problem is that we are surrounded by states that do pay more than us.
Shira Tanzer's joining us. She's got a week-long special. Catch it all on KTAR.com. Obviously, we're talking to her every day. It's a special education series looking at why we have so many teacher vacancies. So, we've got a ton of teacher vacancies. What's the number again of teacher vacancies?
14% left the classroom last school year.
All right. So what would have kept 14% in? Obviously pay, huge part of it. You mentioned administrative support, huge part of it. But I think one of the big reasons teachers are being asked to do way more work longer hours, take on more responsibilities, manage more demands, absorb more stress, do this, do that, and it's just an impossible job to do in 24 hours.
100%. And it's really just so many factors playing into it. So salary is obviously a big role, but that's not just it. So I want to highlight a teacher that I spoke to. Her name is Libby Browse, and she recently made the decision this summer to not renew her contract because from her perspective, what was happening where her colleagues' positions were being cut. She and her other colleagues were having to pick up the slack. They were having to cover more work. But her district is in a pay freeze, and they have been for the past 3 years. So she's not even having the opportunity to potentially get a raise, and she's picking up all this extra work without getting paid more for it. But the work still needs to be done.
Yeah.
So she feels responsible for kind of covering that for the kids. But, she's still not getting paid that much.
Right.
So from her perspective, she's having to cover on that end and not really getting paid for it.
How far back does this problem go for us? Like, when did this start when we started falling behind the rest of the country when it came to teacher pay?
This problem, it's been quite a few years. It really started over a decade ago. We saw a big issue with it during the Red for Ed movement in 2018. All these teachers, took to the streets to protest, calling for a 20% pay boost, and they did get it. But that did increase the salary a little bit, but not enough to make it competitive with other states. Peter Boyle, to quote him, he said it went from way, way, way down to way down. So we were still lower than other states. It did help a little bit for a while, but then COVID hit. And then teachers were online, and that gave them the opportunity to have an easy exit outside of the education field in general, outside of their specific schools. It gave them the opportunity to do online schools or online jobs, and we're kind of seeing the impacts of that still. We had a lot of teachers leave that just never returned, and we're still seeing that.
When you have 14% of your workforce leave and they're responsible for our children, there's clearly an emergency session kind of thing where we've got to figure out some funding.
Yeah.
Like, we have to do something. Plus, we have TSMC coming on board. They're starting programs to get kids from high school straight into these semiconductor businesses, and they're saying we don't have enough employees. We don't have enough teachers to teach the kids who could be qualified to take these jobs. It's kind of a cyclical thing that we know what the problem is. We know what the solution is, but there is no political will to get this done. And I'm sorry, I said this yesterday. I'll say it again. What do we have to do to get the dwarves over there at the state capitol and
the legislature
and the governor to say, hey,
let's pay some people.
Let's do something.
Shira, good job. We'll probably talk to you tomorrow. I know part 2 is on KTAR.com. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
All right, Shira Tanzer, Education Solutions reporter. We've got this special education series all week. We're looking at why so many teacher vacancies are in Arizona. All right, coming up next, has the FDA given up on inspecting the food you're eating? It sounds like it, because this new report, what we're going to tell you, is pretty horrifying. Stick around.
Get ready. Give-a-thon week runs August 17th through the 21st.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Give-a-thon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
All right. About a week ago, I decided it's August. It's 115 degrees outside. I'm going to go and grill. Yeah, I know. That sounds ridiculous. Doesn't it sound ridiculous? It sounds ridiculous. It's not ridiculous if you hire Mist America, M-I-S-T. So, I turned on my brand new Mist fan, and I got to tell you, I thought it was going to be good. The Mist 360. I knew it was going to be good because I had gone to the showroom and checked it out and stood under it, and you're cooled down. It was awesome. I'm sorry, it was just awesome. It wasn't good. It wasn't great. It was flat out freaking fantastic. The Mist 360 system that's going to be put on your patio, maybe where your pool is, backyard. It'll cool the area over 25 degrees. So I'm over the grill. I've got some steaks going, and I'm not even sweating. It's ridiculous how good this thing is. All right. Local company, Mist America, 3 decades of experience. I want you to have their Mist 360 fan. All right? All you have to do is text the word Mist, M-I-S-T, to 620-620. Make sure you mention Gatos. Text Mist to 620-620, mistamerica.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy.
Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
At the UPS Store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid...
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
The Windy City comes to the Arizona desert as the D-backs host the Chicago Cubs at Chase Field starting August 24th. Get your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Let's be honest, the Arizona summers are brutal, but local crime numbers can be even scarier, especially when it comes to protecting your home. If you think that doorbell camera or expensive alarm system is going to keep burglars out, think again. Professional thieves use Wi-Fi jammers, glass cutters to get in and out long before the police are notified. But you know what Wi-Fi jammers and glass cutters can't do? They can't get through Bulldog security screens. Just ask me. I went to Bulldog Security Screens factory in Tucson where I attacked those screens with everything from a bowling ball to a sledgehammer, and the only thing I broke was a sweat and a baseball bat. Oh, and there's another added benefit. These screens block the scorching UV rays out of your house, and they look terrific because they look and act just like shade screens. You want real protection for your home? Get Bulldog Security Screens for your windows, patio doors, and entry doors. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Bulldog Security Screens. They're tough.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. Avondale police confirming today the identities of the two bodies that were found buried in a Litchfield Park backyard. And they say they are Hector and Larissa Flores. These are the parents of alleged suspect Matthew Flores, who is accused of killing and burying the couple before fleeing the country. Once again, Avondale police confirming the two bodies found buried are Hector and Larissa Flores. You can get breaking news notifications right to your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Well, last night brought more stormy weather to the valley, and we are not finished yet. The storms brought dust and heavy rain to some parts of the valley, but Chris Coleman with the National Weather Service says they weren't nearly as strong as those Sunday night.
All in all, it wasn't nearly as bad. Rainfall amounts varied. As like the East Valley pretty much got nothing, but Central Phoenix, there were reports of third of an inch, even up to 1 inch near Glendale. And then Buckeye got another storm. That was half an inch rain.
And while Coleman expects today to be mostly quiet, Wednesday is likely to bring even more widespread and consistent storms all across the valley. And the storms have brought not just dust and rain, but also lightning, which sparked wildfire in the Tonto National Forest yesterday. The Battleship Fire is burning on top of Malpais Mountain, 3 miles south of Tortilla Flat. This blaze is 55 acres in size right now and 0% contained. No closures or evacuations in place at this time. The prediction market, Kalshi, is facing another major lawsuit from a flight tracking company.
FlightAware is suing Kalshi, alleging the prediction market is violating the company's terms of service. The flight tracker says Kalshi is using data from its website to allow people to wager on whether or not a flight will be canceled. That's despite Kalshi entering into a binding agreement not to use FlightAware's data for commercial purposes, according to FlightAware's lawsuit. They add that Kalshi continued doing so even after FlightAware asked them to stop. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
And ABC News has reached out to Kalshi for comment. Checking on traffic now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, where we find Troy Barrett in for Enrique today.
Good afternoon, Becky. The volume has quickly reached more stop-than-go status in the downtown inner loop area, especially on I-10 westbound from the mini stack all the way through the Deck Park Tunnel. I do have some crashes to tell you about, though. There's a crash on the right shoulder of I-17 southbound near the Durango curve. Crash blocking the right lane. This is going to be the Loop 101 Price Freeway northbound near Rio Salado Parkway. A collision on 14th Avenue and Deer Valley Road, as well as Mesa Drive and Main Street, and on Stapley on the overpass for the Superstition Freeway. There's a crash there as well. Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
We could see 104 today for a high, and then overnight just a slight chance of rain and storms, but about a 40% chance of some rain and storms by Wednesday evening, and our high tomorrow only 99. It's 100 in Goodyear. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is Jim Sharp. A new poll shows barely half of Americans have confidence the midterm elections will be conducted fairly. But here's what's weird. Almost as many Democrats have their doubts as Republicans. Join LaDonna Harvey and me on Arizona's Morning News on KTAR's YouTube or on the KTAR News app.
All right, Outspoken Bruce and Gatos. We got Gail in today. Gail, I don't think anybody's looking and inspecting our food very well.
It wouldn't appear so. I think everybody's in agreement with you about that.
All right, so we had the diarrhea lettuce, killed 2 people. We've had, what's the newest ones? Jalapenos from Taylor Farms. Mm-hmm. Gosh, was there something else? I don't know. If anything's green and it says Taylor Farms on it, I mean, if you're really going to risk it, go ahead and buy it. I'm not buying it. So the New York Times did a investigative report on the FDA. So the Food and Drug Administration, they're supposed to go and, make sure that food safety is, they go overseas, overseas, go over the border too. Mexico, we know that the cyclospirasis this thing, the outbreak, that was in Mexico. So the New York Times said, well, okay, let's do an investigation. When's the last time the FDA visited that Taylor Farms plant in Mexico, the one where people are crapping on the ground?
When you're talking about the food processing facility that this has been traced back to, it was Taylor Farms plant in Northeast Mexico. Mm-hmm. The FDA actually has not set foot there since 2019.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
U.S. inspectors haven't been to that facility in 7 years.
So that's a bipartisan ignorance over what's going on down there.
Are you saying whose fault is it, Biden or Trump?
You've had 2 presidencies for this, and this is a problem. But I just did a little search.
Okay.
The FDA had 3,500 Doge cuts, and those included investigations. So that's a problem. Like, we have to fund. This is why, you do pay your taxes because you want them to go check, hey, is the food coming across this border safe?
And are there people inspecting it? The New York Times.
300,000 is the number of FDA-registered international food facilities that the U.S. government has an eye on.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't have that many inspectors.
How many do they have?
There's 450, and that's for the United States and the world.
Wow.
Roughly 450.
Yeah, that math doesn't really add up.
It really doesn't. So you're seeing facilities not getting visited for years and years.
Yeah, that's unacceptable. Sometimes, unfortunately, it's got to break before you know it's broken. I mean, if we didn't get anything from this, Taylor Farms for years, and then all of a sudden now we do, and it's not just the lettuce, it's a bunch of other stuff that they're growing. We gotta fix this. You can't not go, and especially Mexico. They don't have the facilities that we have.
Nope.
And if you want to know why the lettuce gave everybody, rancid diarrhea, it's because the workers who are working hard have no facilities. There's nowhere to go to the bathroom. And
like,
I'm
why
sorry.
Why are we using? Why is Taylor Farms using a organization like that?
Why don't you build them bathrooms? Because on a lot of these farms, hundreds of bathrooms. There's like a facility that people can go and wash their hands with soap. And in this particular one, nothing. So I got to tell you, if I'm in Mexico and I'm picking the lettuce and I got to go to the bathroom, what else am I supposed to do but go right there? I don't know what else to do. If there isn't a facility, you're treating me like an animal.
Well, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Most lettuce in the U.S. is grown in California, about 70%.
Okay.
And about the rest of that, a lot of it comes from Arizona.
Yeah.
And so if you're thinking about the footprint from Mexico, it's not going to be that big.
But look at the damage it's done.
Unless they're shipping it down there to get packaged because, they do a lot of packaged salads and whatever, and they send it back. Whatever it is.
But it doesn't take that much.
Whatever it is, all it takes is one person being sick to infect a whole bunch of people.
Yeah. Yeah. The rate of inspections continue to get worse with all these type of reductions and foreign food safety. Inspections falling by 30% from 2024. I mean, you have to make that a priority. I don't want a big government, but this is part of government's job. You said it. This is what we're paying taxes for. We want to make sure we're eating diarrhea lettuce.
We want our taxes to educate the kids.
Yeah.
So the kids can pay into Social Security so I can retire on time. Number two, I want my planes to land safely.
Yeah.
I think we all agree with that.
That's an issue too. It's a huge issue.
We want those air traffic controllers trained well and doing their job.
And we don't nearly have enough.
We want those potholes filled so when you finally upscale your car and you get the fancy car, you don't want, to drive through a pothole.
Yeah.
And number four, you want your food to be. You don't want to have to question.
Come on.
And you know what they say. And you know what they say about that bag salad, which I don't trust.
Okay.
And I was right not to. Pre-washed.
Well, yeah. I mean, it doesn't hurt to run it through some more water.
Yeah, that's what. But I'm thinking, is that enough? Do I go buy the special soap that you have for fruit?
I hope not. You would think no. I wouldn't even go buy it.
I've been rinsing it off. Now I'm like, oh gosh. Now I got I buy spinach now, rinse it off, and then cook it. So I could cook off anything bad that'll come to me.
I just haven't had salad in a while. That's all.
I have.
Yeah.
I'm
sure it's fine now.
I went to the farmer's market in Prescott the last couple of weeks.
Okay.
That line for, locally grown lettuce, local grown, everybody had a bag of lettuce.
It's probably the best way to get it. But you would think, you just go into the grocery store, buy what's there. You don't care where it comes from.
Yes, I do.
You think the FDA would say, okay, we'll check it once in a while. Hadn't checked that one spot in Mexico in over 7 years. All right, coming up next. The 10 strangest items banned from the TSA. Next.
The KTAR News app gets you breaking news 24/7, plus streaming audio from Arizona's news station, short videos, viral clips, weather and traffic updates. Download the KTAR News app, presented by America Roofing.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 602-562-6863 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 602-562-6863 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 602-562-6863 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 602-562-6863.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $351 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Avondale police confirming today the identities of the two bodies that were found buried in a Litchfield Park backyard, and says that they are Hector and Larissa Flores, the parents of alleged suspect Matthew Flores, who's accused of killing and burying the couple before fleeing the country.
Matthew Flores is now considered a suspect in this missing persons investigation.
And U.S. Marshals leading an international manhunt for Flores. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. 104 should be our high today. 20% chance of rain tonight. Better chance of rain on Wednesday and a little bit cooler. It's 101 in Buckeye. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
Hey guys, Dave Ramsey here. Have you opened your electric bill yet this summer? In Phoenix, electric bills can hit hard. And if your home has old windows and doors, it probably seems like you're paying enough to cool the entire neighborhood. That's why I recommend my friends at Window World. You see, replacing old windows is one of those smart upgrades that can actually help lower your power bill while making your home more comfortable during these brutal Arizona summers. And here's what I like about Window World. They keep it simple. No high-pressure sales tactics or confusing special discount. Just beautiful, energy-efficient windows, patio doors, and entry doors at a guaranteed low upfront price. And they come with a true lifetime warranty. Get started today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets and precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Walt Phillips right here on KTAR, 12 p.m. Sunday afternoons. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Walt is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in for Walt's Insights and The Gold Show this Sunday afternoon at noon.
Hey, it's LaDonna. How not to be the pig in the latest pig butchering scam. Another nonsense that's meant to separate you from your money. That's tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
All right, Outspoken with Bruce and Gato. So we got Gail Bass in here today.
Thanks for having me on the show, Gato.
Listen, Bruce is out. I got to get you in here for crying out loud.
You were very sweet about that.
I was.
I'm a sucker. Gato's calls. I'm
Let's
coming,
go.
honey.
Let's
I'm
go.
coming, stepson.
You're so funny. Did you guys hear about the 10 surprising banned items by the TSA?
You know what? I'm no longer surprised anymore.
Okay. Let me run a few of these down. Becky, Lynn, Gail, you tell me what you think.
We need to know these, it sounds like.
Some items that are banned.
Okay.
Okay. First one you guys need to know. Cordless curling irons.
Cordless?
Yeah. Banned in checked baggage.
So I can carry it on, but I can't check it. I used to have one of those.
I think it's the battery issue. Is it the battery? Are they afraid it's going to catch on fire?
Some of them might have lithium. Mine had, the one I had is that little gas capsule that you put in there and propane kind of thing. Yeah, it was weird.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Sure.
I couldn't carry that on there at all. Yeah, it was.
What were you thinking about trying to put that on the plane, Becky?
I bought it for travel. You kidding me?
Yeah, because it would take up less without the cords and everything.
Right.
All right, so no cordless curling irons. All right. You are banned from bringing a bowling ball on a plane.
I support that because some guy is going to try to put it in the overhead because he wants to stretch out his feet.
All right.
And
think about
when you open that overhead, stuff fall. I have been nearly
You actually
taken
just
out.
sold me on that.
Think about the aisle, though. You could have everybody could get involved.
Yeah.
You could bowl right
down the aisle.
Yes, I can see that hip being taken out from the woman who's supposed to be delivering my drink, too.
So I looked at the bowling ball, and I'm like, come on. And I think you just sold me on it. What if that thing does fall? It could fall out of the...
I guess so.
I have had,
It's too heavy.
Bottle of wine nearly took me out once.
All right. You're not allowed to bring cast iron cookware. Those things
Same reason? Because it could be a weapon? It could be a weapon?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Is it just it's how heavy it is? Cast iron's heavy.
I don't know, but I don't trust are you such a cook that you have to have your personally seasoned skillet going to Meemaw's house?
No, okay,
but cornbread
coming back from Meemaw's house because she gave you the legendary family skillet.
Okay, I'm not gonna judge because the way you said that because I inherited mother-in-law's sewing machine and I brought her I got her sewing machine and her serger. That serger had like 50 needles in it.
Eesh.
And I got it through security.
There you
Good
go.
for you.
So, you know what? I'm not going to judge on the cast iron cookware.
All right, 10 items banned by the TSA in some form that may be surprising to many of you. All right, this one, I got one taken away. This one I got taken away.
Oh.
A corkscrew.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can believe that.
You could hurt somebody with that.
Yeah.
Now, this is carry-on, though, right? You could put it in your checked luggage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I had it. I think we're going to Vegas. And I'm like, I'm going to bring the little one, the little corkscrew. Because we're going to buy some wine and have it.
Right.
So, you buy a $15 bottle of wine. If you go to anywhere and get a glass of wine, it's like $48.
Why do you take any food to Vegas? Like go
Not
to the
food,
7,
but
the bottle of don't you get free booze when you
I don't
do
gamble.
the
He
slot
doesn't gamble.
machines?
No.
Go to the penny machines.
No, I don't gamble. I don't know how to do it, and I'd lose all my money.
Somebody's like, they don't have penny machines anymore.
I was going to say.
So I remember they took the corkscrew. They took that. I was like, really? What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Well-
Insert it into somebody's head who's sitting in front of me? No, I'm not going to do that.
You're not, but somebody might.
All right.
Yeah, they're crazy people on these planes. They're like the people who try to open the doors. I wouldn't put it past them.
Okay. How about this one? This is stupid. A foam toy sword. Banned in carry-ons.
Because you know what? Your 2-year-old is
No,
going to get somebody who is not amused by his antics.
Or you're a
who's trying
parent.
to
You actually
sleep.
parent your kids and don't let the kid touch the sword.
You're trying to sleep, and the kid is like, wah, 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 you know.
Okay, so what about a foam rally finger? Can you bring that on?
I don't know. I don't see why not, unless it's just not. As long as it's not
It's
one
my
of the ones.
pillow.
That has
That's
like
what I would
the
say.
middle
It's-
finger. Have you ever seen that?
No, I'm thinking it's not it's not that you're going to hit somebody with it. It's because it's shaped like a sword.
Well, put a pillowcase over it and say it's your pillow.
Yeah.
That's a simple solution.
Gel type candles banned in carry-ons. I don't really care. about
Those are like, I think those are flameless. Isn't that like those
Gel-type
flame
candles?
I
Okay.
think they seem flameless. They have that blue flame. You can't really see it, but it's on. Because I've seen those things for like little grills.
Oh,
where
yeah,
it's like they're like sterno, but not sterno.
How about screwdrivers?
I can believe that.
No, they're banned.
7 inches.
Not gonna happen.
Snow globe. Why is a snow? Well, it's heavy. You could bash somebody's head in.
My friend tried to bring me one from Spain once, and they confiscated it.
Didn't work, huh?
Yes, yeah. That was some time ago. Yeah.
It says here also you can fly with breast milk.
Yes, you can. I know that.
Just add it to the list. You didn't want people to know.
You just wanted to say
I didn't
that
want to
one
say it.
word.
Why do I want to say
You wanted
it?
to say that word before
Because
milk.
you can't bring any other liquids on, but you can
Can't.
bring that one.
Yeah, you could. Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Your bosom is banned.
Now that you really wanted to say. You wanted to say that. All right, coming up next, will overparenting your kid actually put you in financial debt? We will explain. Outspoken Bruce and Gatos. We got Gail Bass in here. Stick around. Aria Dental Implant Center. I want you to go and see my friend Dr. Joe, and he is going to change your life. I want you to think about your life right now. Maybe this is you. Maybe it's a family member. Maybe it's a close friend. You've got missing teeth. You've got broken teeth, failing teeth, loose dentures. And your life is quietly shrinking. How? Well, you go to a restaurant, you got to skip all the good foods, can't chew it. How about the photos that you avoid? How about when you're at work and someone says something funny and you want to laugh, but you hold back because you don't want everybody to see your teeth? Well, I will tell you this, at Aria, they say this all the time. That does not have to be your story anymore. So when you go see my friend Dr. Joe, we've got a few things that we can give you before you even get in the door. Let's save you some money. You mentioned Gatos, you get a complimentary 3D CT scan. You mentioned Gatos, you get a free consultation with Dr. Joe. Qualifying patients leave surgery with a fixed set of teeth that same day. Nobody else does that. Aria does. Same day. 602-877-0429. 877-0429. Aria is spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. GLP start for free at Red Mountain Weight Loss. For a limited time, they're going to waive the startup fee on all of their programs. With Red Mountain, you get lower prices than the big telehealth companies, no hidden fees, specialized diet plans to help you succeed, and expert care from real doctors. So why pay more for less? Get the care you deserve at a price you can afford. See them in person or do it with telemed. They'll ship your medication to your door. RedMountainWeightLoss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
Jan on the street. Hi, it's Jan from Toyota. Summer's not over at the National Sales Event, so I'm taking to the streets to see how people are keeping summer fun going with a new Toyota. Excuse me, sir. How are you making summer last longer with your Toyota?
Oh, going mudding in my Tundra.
Everybody loves a mud bath. Player with the jump shot. What about you?
Taking my RAV4 downtown to a rooftop restaurant to shoot my shot with Stacy.
Stacy's a lucky lady. Mom with the twins. Your turn.
Starting a true crime podcast in my Grand Highlander while the kids are at day camp.
Oh, I know the one. It's juicy. Man with the ball. And you?
Dropping my BZ to the park to play kickball with friends. Kickball is life.
I want that to be my life, too. Well, those are some great ways to extend summer. See you next time. Jan on the street.
Event ends August 31st. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It is 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
The Red for Ed movement and the pandemic have had some lasting impacts on Arizona's teacher retention crisis.
Arizona teachers make an average of $64,000 a year, $7,000 below the minimum living wage for the state. Officials and teachers themselves have said salary is one of the reasons they leave the classroom. But in 2018, the state's educators took to the streets with the Red for Ed movement, pushing for a 20% boost in pay, and won. So why didn't that fix the problem?
We were so low that even though in many cases that increase was significant, it moved us from like way, way, way down to way down.
That's Peter Boyle, Senior Director for Education at the Center for the Future of Arizona. He says COVID was also a huge factor. Many teachers left the classroom while school was held online. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
KTAR Eyes on the Economy. The economy in the Four Corners region is struggling due to the decline of the coal industry. But a new state-tribal agreement is hoping to bring about long-term resiliency. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the News Center with the details.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs offered more state resources for tribal nations, is planning ahead for future closures, and wants to ensure coal workers' success in new industries.
The Navajo Nation and Hopi tribe lost substantial government revenues, affecting their ability to provide critical services to their citizens.
She signed the Memorandum of Understanding alongside Hopi Tribe Chairman Lamar Kivama and Navajo Nation President Boo Nygren. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Millennial homeownership in the Phoenix Metro is on the rise, with 54% of that generation owning a home in 2023, according to a newly released Rent Cafe study. But they're still buying at a much slower pace than the generations before them. And she's director of the Division of Real Estate, Kimberly Ashley Winson-Geideman joined Arizona's Morning News to explain.
So when we look at the age of 35, right, you've got about 56% of millennials owning homes. Gen X, at that same age, about 59% of Gen X owned homes and 62% baby boomers.
Winson-Geideman added this trend is likely to continue, where generations will be owning homes at a much slower pace than those before them. Time for the KTAR Timeline now with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's August 11th, and back on this day in 1934, Alcatraz opened its doors. Created for federal prisoners classified as the most dangerous, and especially those with a history of escape attempts, the prisoners arrived on Alcatraz Island, a 22-acre rocky outcrop situated 1.5 miles offshore in the San Francisco Bay. The new convicts, the first civilian prisoners to be housed in the new high-security penitentiary, joined a few dozen military prisoners left over from the island's days as a U.S. military prison. Although some 3 dozen attempts, no prisoner was known to have successfully escaped the rock. However, the bodies of several escapees, believed drowned in the treacherous waters, were never found. In a 1963, Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy ordered Alcatraz closed due to the high maintenance cost. In its 29-year run, Alcatraz housed more than 1,500 convicts. Now, more than 1 million tourists visit Alcatraz annually, and it opened back on this day in 1934.
Time to check on the traffic. Let's go to Troy Barrett in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Hi, Becky Lynn. Things got really busy in the crash department. We're going to run down what's happening here around the valley. Crash on the right shoulder of southbound I-17 near the Durango curve. We have a crash blocking the right lane, northbound Loop 101 Price Freeway near Rio Salado. On the surface streets, we have crashes 16th Avenue in Indian School, 29th Avenue and Bell Road, a collision on 14th Avenue in Deer Valley, as well as Mesa Drive just south of Main Street. Got a crash on Dobson and Guadalupe, and on the Stapley Overpass near the Superstition Freeway, we have a crash there. This traffic report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Keep your AC running all summer with a tune-up from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Schedule it now at dayandnightair.com. Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
Tonight, cloudy skies, and overnight we have a 20% chance of a shower or a storm, a low around 84, and tomorrow's high only 99. And by tomorrow night, a 40% chance of rain and thunderstorms in the picture. It's 102 right now in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
You know, some people say hour number 2 is the best hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gail Bass in the big chair today. It's great to see you.
It is a big chair since I am short.
Well, I'm just saying.
And Bruce is tall.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. We've got a lot of interesting news about what tweens are doing in terms of parents allowing them to kind of have their own time. We have another story about should letting children play alone outside be a crime. I know that a lot of parents have to deal with, okay, when is my child old enough to do this? When is my child old enough to do this? Can my child go down the street to the park? Can I let my child, ride his or her bike from here to there? Listen to this story, because I think there are a lot of parents out there that are going to be kind of interested in this. Mallory has a 6-year-old son. And her 6-year-old son walked through the door, and he had this kind of look on his face, like just kind of slouched. And she's like, what happened? What's wrong? Well, he had returned from riding his scooter to a playground. It was a 1/4 mile from their home, okay? And mom is like, what happened? And the 6-year-old goes, well, some lady stopped me on my way home, and she demanded to know who I was. She wanted to know my age. She wanted to know why I was alone. She wanted my address. She wanted a Karen. Okay. She wanted to know where he lived, all that stuff. And he got scared, and he ignored the woman and continued on his way, right? So the first question is, do you let your 6-year-old, take a scooter quarter mile from your home? Here's the second part of the story. So I think it was the next day. And as we said, Atlanta, Georgia. A case manager from the Fulton County Division of Family and Children Services showed up at her house. And the case manager explained that a complaint has been filed and that she would need to come in, inspect the home, and interview their son at school. What are we doing? Goodness gracious. Gail?
Sorry, but I think this is ludicrous waste of time. We have kids that are lost in foster care, and you're going to say, I need to inspect your home. You come to the house and ask the mom and ask the kid separately what happened.
Right.
End of story. End of story. Because do you know how many kids I see riding these doggone motorized, these little motorbikes now?
Right.
I don't know what to call them, these e-bikes.
Yeah.
They're off by, I know they're more than a quarter mile from home because some of them are going at a pretty good clip down my, down the roads near my house. Like, at what point will sanity prevail? Because we are wasting the time of police calling about that. We're wasting the time of children of the family and children's services there when you see a kid riding their bike to the park or riding home.
Yeah.
This is
quarter of a mile.
This is the Gladys Kravitz kind of problem from Bewitched. I think her first name was Gladys.
I just think
seriously,
it's beneficial for some kids to have some autonomy and allowing them to, let's allow them to go down the street to their friend's house.
I was alone at home, like in third grade. I remember in third grade, I'd go home and I was a latchkey kid.
Okay.
I waited till my mom got home. She was a teacher. She didn't get home at 5, but
Did you
she
say
got
how
home.
old you?
I was in third grade.
Third grade. Yeah.
And the house never burned down.
No.
And and here's something. I didn't have video games. I was watching soap operas.
Or you had to find something to do, right?
I was watching soap operas and doing my homework. That was it. And sometimes and you know what? That was our first house with a microwave. I would climb up on a chair and put something in the microwave.
Just to see if it would work.
No, I knew how to cook.
But
I would just put stuff in the microwave and warm it up.
Yeah, it's a bit troubling. All right. So Becky Lynn, 6-year-old on his scooter, 1.5 miles. Big deal?
1.5 miles? 1.5 miles. Maybe
from
a
the
mile
house.
and a half. I don't know that I would let
Half
him go.
a quarter of a mile. Sorry.
Quarter of a mile. Yeah, I'd let him go to the park.
See, I'm thinking a quarter of a mile is not bad.
No.
A mile?
I might not go a mile. No.
I don't think I'd go a mile
No,
either.
I don't think so.
I think the distance is important to
Not
the
at
story.
6. Not at 6.
No. But a quarter of a mile from their home?
What if they're 13?
Well, this kid is 6.
Okay, but what if they're 13, though?
Oh, yeah, you can go a mile.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure. You're going to drive in 2 years. I mean, you can get on a bike and go a mile if you're 13. Here's the other thing. Like, even the 6-year-old that we're talking about, I know that most 6-year-olds don't have a cell phone yet. We're getting there. But the way that we track our kids on an app, it's crazy. And, I would say that my wife and I did it, but our daughter was in college, and she was okay with it. And she had some night classes, and I think it made her feel safer. Sometimes she would call us walking from one point to the next at night.
Mine did too.
Yeah, and I think that's great. And, we can also track her there, but there was also a point where she goes, hey, I'm turning this off. When college was over, I don't want you to track me. And my wife and I are like, yeah, that sounds about right. But, there are people who you're 29 years old and you don't live at home anymore and your mom is still tracking you and you allow it. Okay, fine. But, for a 6-year-old, you're probably not going to have that cell phone, but go up a couple years. You're getting tracked. Your parents know exactly where you are when you're on your bike, when you're on your scooter or whatever it is.
You know who's tracking you? Your alma mater. They will find you to ask for a donation.
Oh, I know that.
They will. UC Berkeley knows where I've never given them an address update.
But it's easy to track people. And
your credit card knows where you are.
Maybe, right.
Your phone knows where you are.
Maybe not a 6-year-old. I don't know how you track a 6-year-old, but you know, I'm thinking like we have a little nephew, Duke, who's 7. You know, if you're going to send him a mile down, I'm not doing it. A quarter mile. Yeah, I'm thinking you probably can do that.
I see kids walk in my neighborhood to school, so I'd say half a mile. Half a mile.
Kids walk to school all the
time.
Right.
Younger ones.
And here's the other thing too. Like my kids used to go up around the block to a friend's house, and they would ride a bike or walk up there. I didn't go with them. They lived pretty much kind of right behind us, but you had to go all the way around the block, so it was probably a quarter mile.
Yeah, my dad's stepmom, she didn't let us, when I would go visit during the summer in Cleveland, we couldn't go past the stop sign. They were 3 houses from the stop sign. I thought they were crazy. Now, meanwhile, I grew up in California in around horse properties. They didn't know where we were.
Right.
I didn't even tell my parents when if I went to a friend's house after school, I could still get home before my mom did. She wouldn't even know I'd gone over there.
Different times. It really is. I mean, different. We talk about it all the time. Like you would disappear for a number of hours during the summer.
Your parents had no idea. No clue.
No, there's no tracking.
Nowadays, you're seen as shameful if you don't know where your kids are.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's a terrible idea. You know, it all depends on the age. It all depends on how mature they are, and it all depends on how far they're going. And if it's just a quarter of a mile, I don't think mom should be thrown in jail for doing that.
And where they're going. Like, with my kids went around the block to their friend's house, I knew they went to the friend's house. So I knew where they were. You know what I mean? They at the park, I don't know that I'd let mine go to the park at 6 by themselves. I don't know. Just who might be there? Are you know, is that actually where you're going? But I didn't mind them riding their bikes around the neighborhood.
No. Are we worried they're going to get kidnapped? Because that really... You know, that doesn't happen the way that we think it is. Like there's a car, and then you're going to get thrown in the back. I mean, really, that doesn't happen.
I was more concerned about traffic.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm worried about the kids on the electric bikes. That is my big thing now.
Well, I agree, but
I know
that
all over the place. They
I know
are
that
more than a mile from
my brother
home.
and I used to ride our regular bikes, and we'd fly down hills.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I know these things can go a little bit faster, but.
I'm going to take a lot of people down memory lane. You get a hill and you get a big wheel.
Big wheel.
I'm gone.
You're gone.
I'm gone. We're going down that hill.
You're flipping that thing over.
It's like and not engaging the brakes.
Right. Put your feet up on the handlebars.
Goodness.
No brakes, as fast as you can go. That's what we used to do.
That's what you did, and somehow we survived. I think my little sister was the only kid out of 4 who had a child safety seat.
Jeez. Yeah, that's certainly
all of us
different.
were
too.
born in the We were all born in the 60s. She was born in 1980. I was like, who knows what happened in the 70s? Oh, Ralph Nader.
All right, coming up next, Jackie the Eagle died. Okay, I don't know why this is a big deal. I don't know the story very well. I'm probably missing out on something.
Jackie is a symbol of America.
Is that so? Because I know a lot of people are upset about this.
As they should be.
I have no idea why we should be sad. I mean, I don't like when Eagles die, you know. But
I mean,
who is Jackie? How did she get the name? All right, you're going to have to tell me about this, all right?
I will.
All right, Gail is here to bring some sanity to the show. We'll talk about Jackie the Eagle died coming up next. All right, Southwest Blinds and Shutters. And so you should hire these guys. Tell them Gato sent you. Just go to southwestblinds.com. Hey, take a look at your home right now. Do you like how your shutters and blinds look? Do they work? Are they faded? Are they 30 years old? Did you buy the house and it came along with the house and you've done some different things to your home and it's like, wow, it really stands out poorly. Well, hire Southwest Blinds and Shutters for a bunch of different reasons. One of the things that I like after hiring Southwest Blinds and Shutters is privacy. You know, you can with the punch of a button on your phone, put your motorized shades down. We have motorized shades in the kitchen. Put them down. You know, we've got white shutters in the bedroom, the great room, in the dining room. And, yeah, if we want a little privacy, because people go up and down the street and all that, you shut them. It's fantastic. It looks awesome. And our energy bill went down big time. June 2025, $460. June 2026, $291. Closing the shutters and the shades in the motorized, it's during the hottest part of the day, saves you a fortune. SouthwestBlinds.com, SouthwestBlinds.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Some stunning details about an elaborate deception to protect President Trump.
The Washington Post reports when the president departed the NATO summit in Turkey last month, the plane that the world watched him board took off without him. It all came after a credible Iranian threat against the president, which he spoke about during the summit.
They want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every list.
The ruse was so complete, reporters on Air Force One had no idea the president was not on board. They were ordered to keep the window shades closed, and the plane's tracking systems were switched off.
Apparently, the president was actually in a catering truck that was taken around to another plane. That's ABC's Karen Watt reporting. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking traffic now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Troy Barrett.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Those crashes keep stacking up. We have a crash on the right shoulder of westbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway in the North Valley. It's going to be in between Cave Creek Road and the State Route 51 stack interchange there. On the surface streets, we have crashes, one involving a pedestrian, 23rd Avenue and Rose Garden Lane. McDowell just east of Dysart in Goodyear, 16th Avenue and Indian School, as well as 29th Avenue and Bell for your crashes. This traffic report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. What if your favorite vacation spot was just outside your back door? Dolphin Pools, highest rated on Google and Yelp in the Valley. Your backyard, your vacation. dolphinpools.us. Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
84 overnight. Cloudy skies, slight chance of rain and storms. Tomorrow, 99 for a high and a 40% chance we'll get some more monsoon action. It's 100 right now in Gilbert. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
We get an update about the surprise DHS facility from the mayor himself. He joins us in studio tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel. Listen on air, online, or on the app.
All right, I don't know who Jackie the Eagle is. Am I a bad person?
Yes.
I am not.
You are. Jackie the Eagle.
This morning, people are remembering the matriarch of perhaps the most famous eagle family in the world. Over the past few years, Jackie, Shadow, and their annually expanding family have attracted millions to the live cameras run by a nonprofit called Friends of Big Bear Valley. But Monday morning, Friends of Big Bear Valley and the Ohio Raptor Center shared that after weeks of undergoing treatment for an illness, Jackie has died at the age of 14.
Okay, so basically what this is a famous eagle that was like they live streamed it all the time. There's a massive nest and there are these, the eggs and all that stuff. And this was a famous eagle. Is that correct? I missed out.
Yes. Jackie is a famous eagle. Her partner is Shadow. He's not her first partner.
Partner is Shadow?
Yes. And I got to say, at the end, she got incredible health care. They gave her all.
Jackie the Eagle got health care?
Yes, because of
probably better than most Americans.
Yes, she did, because a lot of people donated because they were concerned about her. We have to protect our environment. We have to protect our wildlife.
Who the heck is Jackie the Eagle?
She became famous because they're live streaming this nest. These an eagle's nests are like 6 feet wide.
Yeah,
they're huge, and she became very popular during the pandemic. A lot of people got invested in, when is the egg gonna hatch? And it's just one of those beloved kind of Disney-esque family stories. But for those people who are
people watched her sit on eggs for hours.
Yes,
and not move.
She and the partner. Yes,
that sounds very boring.
The thing is recently she got into a fight on the ground with 2 other eagles.
Jackie got in a fight?
Yes, she got in a fight recently.
On the ground? Eagles fighting on the ground?
But afterwards, she was able to fend them off, but she couldn't fly after that. So they swooped in, pardon the pun.
Swooped in?
The rescue crews, they swooped in to take care of her.
And so they picked up Jackie the Eagle and took her to the hospital?
Yes, they took her to the hospital.
The Eagle Hospital. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then what happened? Did they have to put her wing back on? What was the deal?
Well, they gave her all these tests, and she didn't sustain a lot of major injuries, but was battling an unknown illness.
I can't believe you know so much about this. Continue.
Well, because people wanted an update.
Okay.
And for weeks, people were wanting to know, is she going to get better? Is she going to recover? But she...
Wait, now, did Jackie raise eaglets? Is that what you call it?
That's what you call them, eaglets.
With 2 mates?
She had multiple mates. I know Shadow isn't her first one.
Jackie's a bit of a hussy.
She's not a bit of a hussy.
I'm just saying.
It's the way of the wild animal.
Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, so
Can't pick one.
You're slut-shaming Jackie.
A little bit.
Don't.
So they took her to the Eagle Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to make her better. Did they put her back out, or did she die in the hospital?
I believe she died in the hospital.
She had an underlying medical condition, including kidney inflammation and anemia.
Yeah, she
was
had a lot
unable
of
to
issues.
overcome that.
Yes.
Okay. And she was sick for some time. All right. Well, okay. So now are we still live streaming the nest with no one in it, with nothing in it? Did the eggs hatch already and all the baby's gone? Or?
Well, once a nest is abandoned, sometimes some other birds will take it over. I don't know what the fate of Shadow is. Maybe he's now
who's Shadow again?
Her partner.
Which one? She has many.
He was the most recent.
He was the most recent. Okay. Was there something about Shadow that was more attractive than the other suitors?
Well, I mean, he's an eagle. He's noble. He's got that white brow. He's got that yellow beak. He's got those beautiful brown feathers.
Oh, that's awesome.
Very
attractive.
And Sandy and Luna.
I don't know.
They're two eaglets.
Okay, the children.
Yes. One broke out of its egg just in time for Easter Sunday, and the other one was a day later. Sandy and Luna, they took their first flights at the end of June.
Wow. So people watch this.
Yes.
They watch from the nest to the deathbed.
And it's so interesting to watch. You see the eagle, you turn on these live cams, and you're watching the eagle, and all of a sudden, here comes another raptor, like, hey, they want to start a fight, and they're protecting the babies, and then one goes out.
A raptor? That sounds like a dinosaur.
Well, they're raptors because those claws. Like, I've been next to a golden eagle. I was a little spooked. It was huge, and I just saw the claws, and I thought, woo.
Jackie the bald eagle's died. Weeks of treatment, and she leaves behind many suitors and eaglets. Eaglets?
Partners. They weren't just suitors.
Is it eaglets?
It's eaglet.
I've never heard that term.
Just like a little fox,
Eaglet.
a little fox vixen.
Okay. All right. Very interesting. All right, coming up next. This is good. Trump says doctors are pouring a bottle of soda into your newborn. We'll talk about that next.
Get ready. Give-a-thon week runs August 17th through the 21st.
Benefiting Phoenix Children's. Give-a-thon! Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Ry-Refi.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 602-562-6863 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 602-562-6863 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 602-562-6863 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 602-562-6863.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
Jay Harper will be in Saturday for his notes from the nursery broadcast talking about stressed plants.
The weakest link you have to your home's comfort and energy efficiency is your doors and windows. Sal will be here from Done Right Windows and Doors.
10 o'clock, we'll talk about all the filters you need to keep the dust out of your house.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR. Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
feels like I got away with something. I only paid.
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Going on now. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Living in Arizona means we get sunshine almost every day of the year. That's the good news. The bad news, your old windows feel it too. So if you turn off your AC and your home heats up faster than a microwave, call my friends at Window World. You see, Window World installs windows and patio doors with solar zone glass. That's just window nerd talk, for it helps keep the warm air outside where it belongs. These windows will even reduce the outside noise, so you don't have to listen to your neighbor's dog barking all night long. And unlike some companies, Window World makes it affordable. Never any confusing sales offers, just a guaranteed low price up front without any of the hassle. But what I love most is they back up all of their work with a true lifetime warranty. They hire military vets and they give back to the community. WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World. Simply the best for definitely less.
Pick up the exclusive Serpientes Haboob Globe on Saturday, August 22nd, before the D-backs Reds matchup, courtesy of Estrella Jalisco. Get your tickets at dbacks.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Avondale police confirming today the identities of the two bodies found buried in a Litchfield Park backyard are those of Hector and Larissa Flores. These are the parents of alleged suspect Matthew Flores, who's accused of killing and burying the couple before fleeing the country.
Matthew Flores is now considered a suspect in this missing persons investigation.
At an Avondale PD briefing today, it was announced that U.S. Marshals are now leading an international manhunt for Flores.
All of the data that's collected will be viewed only by the Tempe Police Department.
City of Tempe no longer sharing data from automatic license plate reading cameras with other police departments. KTAR's Balin Overstoles joins us live from the news center to explain.
ALPR technologies such as flock cameras tell police where vehicles are moving as they're spotted by those cameras. In recent days, Apache Junction and Chandler police have both reported issues of officers misusing those camera systems, and now Tempe Mayor Corey Wood says they won't automatically give their data to other Valley law enforcement agencies.
If someone needs data, they can obviously contact the police department and specifically request it if there's a good or a compelling reason to do so.
The mayor also said Tempe will not renew their contract with Flock and may find a new vendor, though Wood says city audits have not found any issues with officers' use of the technology. Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Arizona votes 2026.
I'm proud to introduce my running mate, former Mesa Mayor John Giles.
Incumbent Governor Katie Hobbs has officially selected former Mesa Mayor John Giles as her lieutenant governor running mate in the November general election. Hobbs says she chose Giles for what she believes is an ability to put Arizona over partisan politics. Giles served as Mesa's mayor from 2014 to 2025, where he had been a longtime member of the Republican Party before switching to independent this year. Local political consultant Stan Ken Barnes says Hobbs' choice of Giles as her running mate could keep Hobbs in office. Barnes, joining the Mike Broomhead show, says the former Republican Mesa mayor and now independent could attract voters that don't consider themselves MAGA Republicans.
I think in the net, it's a good decision. It's a good strategy decision. I think it's actually going to pay off for the Hobbs campaign.
Barnes pointed out that Giles will face criticism from Republicans for siding with Governor Hobbs on several legislative issues, as well as backing Kamala Harris in the 2024 presidential campaign. Time for a traffic check this afternoon. It's Troy Barrett in for Enrique in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We have a crash on the right shoulder of westbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway over by the State Route 51 Stack interchange. And then we have a secondary crash on the westbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway near Cave Creek Road, so be able to look out for that. On the surface streets, you have a crash 51st Avenue just north of Glendale Avenue, a crash involving a pedestrian 23rd Avenue and Rose Garden Lane. McDowell just east of Dysart. In Goodyear, we have a collision there. 16th Avenue and Indian School, still working a crash in that spot. And Ellsworth, just north of Pecos, over by the Mesa Gateway Airport, we have a collision in that spot as well. This traffic report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. GLP, start for free this month at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start any program, and they'll waive the startup fee with prices just starting at $149. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone's keyboard and type in Red Mountain. Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
Tonight, cloudy skies, 20% chance of some overnight showers and storms, a low of 84. Tomorrow's high 99, and a better chance of evening showers and storms on Wednesday night. Right now, checking the temp in Phoenix. At Sky Harbor, we're up to 102 degrees. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
We get an update about the surprise DHS facility from the mayor himself. He joins us in studio tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel. Listen on air, online, or on the app.
All right, so Trump signs an executive order, calls for fewer childhood vaccines. He wants vaccine flexibility. And so an executive order calls for that. Listen, I guess if you're a fan of the president, if you consider yourself MAGA, maybe you listen to what he says, or, do you listen to what your doctor says? That's probably a better thing. But, Trump said this yesterday from his desk at the Oval Office, and I'm like, that's about the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I saw this early on, and I've seen proof of it, where they have a vaccination thing, looks like the size of a bottle of soda poured into a little child's body. Right. And bad things happen in many cases, too many cases, because this is an explosion. This is an epidemic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to take my medical advice from Donald Trump. And if you want to take your medical advice from Donald Trump and RFK Jr., you do you. But I'm not going to do it. I think it's Gail Bass is with us today. He wants to split the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine into 3 shots, and so his executive order calls for that. Here's the issue: nobody does that. There isn't a there's no 3 shots. Doesn't exist. So I don't know if he knows that, but there isn't. You don't split no one has ever done that, and so we're going to do it because one man says it. It's like going to war in Iran. Let's do it because one man said it. How's that working out? I don't know. This stuff kind of drives me crazy. Like, stay in your lane. Why don't you work on the economy? Maybe try and make the economy like you did in 2019, where you did a really good job. Maybe you stick to something where you're more of an expert, because you don't know what the hell you're talking about when it comes to this stuff. Who's the person that you're talking to? RFK Jr. RFK Jr. is a wacko. Are we really going to do this? And by the way, if you want to take your medical advice from RFK Jr., you go do you. This stuff is just stupid. It's stupid. He's trying to Trump issued his order months after trying to slash the childhood vaccine schedule from 18 to 11. Move is blocked by a judge. He doesn't know what he's doing. I mean, he doesn't know what he's doing in a lot of places. This, certainly he has no idea. We're putting a bottle of soda in no, we're not. I just every time he opens his mouth, shake my head. I wasn't, and Gail, I wasn't like this in Trump's first term.
No,
he wasn't. He wasn't awful. Wasn't good. Biden wasn't good either. But this version of Trump is awful. I mean, everything except the border is a disaster. And I don't know if it's old age. I don't know if he just wants to, go against the grain. I mean, I really don't know.
Old age? Wait a minute. Isn't that why Biden dropped out?
Sure. Biden could put a sentence together. Crying out loud. He wasn't even running the White House.
Who in the White House in the last two presidencies has been able to put a sentence together?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because, the dogs and cats. We don't need to go back to that.
Right. And well, it's a good point. I mean, when you say something stupid like this.
I saw this early on, and I've seen proof of it, where they have a vaccination thing, looks like the size of a bottle of soda poured into a little child's body.
Okay, so is it a 2-liter bottle of soda that we're pouring into, a child's body? He doesn't know. You think he was around when his kids were vaccinated? Probably not. You think he knows anything about this? I know he doesn't know anything. Here's an example. How are we doing with measles in this day and age?
Not good.
Okay.
Between 2024 and 2025, there was a 700% increase in measles cases. We went from 285 reported to 2,200 plus reported.
Yeah, I mean, it was gone. And nobody was getting measles, mumps.
And the last time, and now I went to one website and I can't trust it. It was saying, the last time we had something that high was like in the early 20th century. But at this point, we went from 285 to 22.
Yeah.
Plus.
Measles is definitely back. I mean, I know that parents are worried and want to know how do children become autistic? How does that happen? And I know, every study has nothing to do with these vaccines. Nothing. Never been proven. Not one time.
The person who said that it was linked
been debunked.
Has since said I was wrong.
Right. And by the way, pregnant women can take Tylenol. RFK Jr. thinks that causes autism. Now, what is his credibility? Does he have any street cred when it comes to this kind of stuff? No, he doesn't. So this is my bottom line. I worry that the Trump supporter out there is like, oh, I think it's a great move, Mr. President. I'll do whatever you say. like that's the same person today that says the war in Iran is going swimmingly. We're just bombing the crap out of them. It's going so well.
Well, while we have bombs.
Yeah, but it's not going well. My point is that, like, if you're a MAGA supporter, fine, you can vote for whoever you want. You're going to take parenting and medical. You're going to rely on Donald Trump for that? Ugh, I feel sorry for your kids. I really feel sorry for your kids. Yeah, I'm not going to get my kids vaccinated because Donald Trump insinuates that it's going to cause autism. Do you have a brain in your head? Or do you just let everybody else think for you? It's really amazing. It's incredible. How stupid some people are.
If I had babies to vaccinate today, I would get them vaccinated.
Of course you would.
That's just something I would do.
Yeah, of course you would.
And, I remember when people started questioning vaccinations and everything, I remember calling my mom before she passed away, thanking her for making sure that happened. She just kind of chuckled. She goes, I can't believe you're making this call, but, that was my duty as your mom to do that, to take care of you. So,
You don't think the polio vaccine works? I think that some of you parents who are down the Trump, you're on the Trump train and vaccines are bad and all that kind of, if you're on that, you should go look at what a kid looks like with polio. Because I don't think we see that anymore.
Well, the polio
it's
fear,
gone.
The fear back then was unbelievable.
Oh my gosh.
And putting kids in iron lungs. I mean, it was really, really scary.
But I think we need a little history lesson about what did that look like? Because it was ugly, and it was grisly. So you're not going to get your kids, the vaccines for mumps and measles and rubella, and you're not going to get the polio vaccine. And okay, you're an anti-vaxxer. You have every right, I guess. It's the United States, America. You can do, basically whatever you want. But, don't be surprised if your kid is dead. That's all. I mean, there are a few vaccines you should be like, yeah, it's kind of a no-brainer. But if Donald Trump says don't do it, and you go along with it, it's your funeral. It's very dangerous. You're coming from a guy who knows nothing about this. Nothing. All right. So just make sure that doctors aren't pouring a bottle of, soda into your newborn. Goodness gracious. All right, coming up next. An Arizona driver arrested for a DUI while displaying a vanity plate advocating against drunk driving. This guy's a beauty. I bet you he wasn't vaccinated.
Was it his car? That's what I would ask. That's my first
a good question.
Like, did you purposely put that under your car for you, or were you borrowing somebody's car?
We're going to talk about what his news license plate should say. All right, we'll have a little fun with that. Coming up next, Outspoken with Bruce and Gail is in today. All right, let's talk about your water inside your home. Not good if you don't have a Kinetico system. So, Kinetico will give you healthy water. I'm sure your kids want healthy water. You don't want to feed your kids water that's got chlorine in it, dangerous carcinogens. You want something that's going to clean all that stuff out. And that is Aquazona Kinetico. They have the world's most efficient softener. So just think, something will go in your garage and something will go under your kitchen sink. And that equipment is going to clean your water. And you'll have perfect tasting water, no floaties in it, doesn't smell like the pool water, that you can feed your kids. And I've got a great deal for you. This month, get the same one that I have in my house, the K5. It's called the K5 Drinking Water Station. You can get it for $26 a month. You probably spend that on bottled water. $26 a month. The K5, top of the line. 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. Aquazona.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Want to hear from all the GOP candidates for governor in the 2026 election? Want to hear from the candidates running for Arizona's wide open seats in Congress in this year's big midterm election? Well, then join me, Jim Sharp, for the AZ Political Podcast. Get it at the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KTAR, News Flash.
At 3:46, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. After a 4-year ordeal in a Russian prison, former U.S. Marine Robert Gilman is on his way back to the U.S. That announcement from U.S. officials today. ABC News spoke to Kieran Ramsey, a former FBI executive who's the chief investigative officer of Global Reach, a nonprofit that represents Gilman's family and helped advocate for his release. He says at least 5 other Americans held in Russia face serious health issues and are wrongfully detained without the official designation from the U.S.
If you are labeled wrongfully detained by the U.S. government, it tells those families officially your loved one is a priority. We're going to do everything we can to get them out. It also tells these countries, hey, you need to let this American go or else there will be consequences.
Gilman was visiting Russia when he was accused of kicking a police officer. His family and the U.S. government say those charges were essentially trumped up. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Taking a look at the afternoon ride. Here's Troy Barrett live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Well, Becky, we have a crash blocking the right lane on southbound Loop 101 Price Freeway near Southern Avenue. A crash on the right shoulder of westbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway. It's going to be in between Cave Creek Road and the State Route 51 Stack Interchange. On the surface streets, you have a crash on the right shoulder of eastbound I-10 near 16th Street. A crash involving a motorcycle on Cooper and Ray in Chandler. 51st Avenue north of Glendale Avenue. We have a collision there and a crash involving a pedestrian 23rd Avenue and Rose Garden Lane, still working that crash there. Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Let's be honest, the Arizona summers are brutal, but local crime numbers can be even scarier, especially when it comes to protecting your home. If you think that doorbell camera or expensive alarm system is going to keep burglars out, think again. Professional thieves use Wi-Fi jammers, glass cutters to get in and out long before the police are notified. But you know what Wi-Fi jammers and glass cutters can't do? They can't get through Bulldog security screens. Just ask me. I went to Bulldog Security Screens factory in Tucson, where I attacked those screens with everything from a bowling ball to a sledgehammer, and the only thing I broke was a sweat and a baseball bat. Oh, and there's another added benefit. These screens block the scorching UV rays out of your house, and they look terrific because they look and act just like shade screens. You want real protection for your home? Get Bulldog Security Screens for your windows, patio doors, and entry doors. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Bulldog Security Screens. They're tough.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, had some fun with Broomhead on this one at 8:50 in the morning. The Gatos Big Q. Here we go, Gail.
Yes, sir.
An Arizona driver was arrested for a DUI while displaying a vanity plate advocating against drug driving.
Teach thyself, sir.
What should his new license plate say? Can't have that old one. You got to get rid of that. So what should the new license plate say? A, I got a DUI. B, I like beer. C, let's do shots. Because you got to fit it, right? You know, It can't just be. Or D, hypocrite.
Ooh.
That's good.
I like D.
All right. D is the number one answer, 61%. I got a DUI is in second place. It's people with these license plates and all that kind of stuff. I always maybe not a license plate, but, you ever get the finger from someone who's driving a car and has a bumper sticker or something that says, "I love Jesus"? I see that all the time. It is amazing. Like, oh, you're a Christian. I got you. Okay, thanks for the middle finger. May want to take that bumper sticker off.
Yeah, well, when you put your church on your car,
right?
Remember,
that is true.
You are an ambassador to Christ.
Yes.
So you need to remember.
You got to remember that.
I mean, really.
It does happen. And I know we all get upset and all that kind of stuff, but it's like...
Well, the Bible says be faithful over the little things. And if you cannot...
Let it go.
Let somebody merge.
Yeah.
If you are that mad that you just don't want to let somebody merge because they waited too long to turn on their license plate, then you need to ask yourself a question. Why am I angry that I don't want to let this person in?
Yeah.
Like, that's just a little small thing. Doing that one little small act to help somebody. I love telling this story. I'm not going to get to heaven for it because I'm telling the story, but there was a guy I used to know who used to come to Channel 3 when I was working at Channel 3, who used to deliver the FedEx stuff. It was the same guy.
Okay.
And one day I was driving eastbound on Indian School Road, and I saw a FedEx driver needed to make a left turn on Indian School. And you know how busy that is.
Very.
So I stopped my little Kia Sophia. And I said, come on, man. I waved. I was looking at traffic in both directions, and I knew I was the only car. So I stopped, and I waved my arm around.
You're nice.
Do you know when he passed by me, it was somebody I knew. So I was just stopping for any FedEx driver. But the benefit for me was it was my friend, and I remember this story. And I just thought, all these years later, I wasn't late to anything. I didn't get in trouble for being late to work or anything. It was just something. I was able to do something for my friend, and I didn't know it was going to be my friend. So I'm always looking for opportunities to do that because you never know who you're helping. What if somebody was in labor and needed to get to the hospital?
Could be.
So, or they were like getting a relative to the hospital because they had a stroke. Think of it that way. What if that person is your mom?
I don't know why this guy just didn't Uber.
Well, there's give somebody a ride.
That's
you
not
don't
that hard.
wanna, but give somebody a ride. Give them the money for the Uber, whatever.
It's maybe it was like he's 2 minutes away from home. He's I could do it. It's never worth it. It's never worth it. Never, never, never. I know we've all been guilty of it in the past, but there's a much better way to get home. Guy with a vanity plate advocating against drunk driving is hammered. Good job, dude. Unbelievable. All right, Gail is in for Bruce. Hey, coming up next, it's got a couple more hours left on the show, has the FDA given up on inspecting the food that you eat? We'll talk about it. Coming up next, Outspoken. Stick around. Hey, Red Mountain Weight Loss. I want you to go to their website, redmountainweightloss.com, because, we're towards the end of summer, but, you still got a couple more months of pool time and maybe even beach time. But here's the thing. If you want to lose weight, you can start for free. You just say, Gato sent me, and Red Mountain is going to waive the startup fee on all programs. I've talked to people within... that go through the program at Red Mountain, and they are like, I can't believe I waited so long to come here. I tried all these different other places, or I got on my own diet, and then I went to the gym, and guess what happens? You gain weight. Okay, so program starting as low as $149. This is your health. This is how you look. This is important to you. It's never been more affordable. Red Mountain Weight Loss, the leader in medical weight loss. A variety of programs supervised by doctors who specialize in weight loss. RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
At the UPS Store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500 plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Hi, I'm Tim Hall, senior partner at Morris Hall. My mom, Wanda, was a fantastic cook, and she taught me that every great recipe needs the right ingredients. Leave one out, it's just not the same. In honor of her legacy, her kids and grandkids started a cooking club called Wanda's Pantry. Each time we use her recipes, we're reminded that the things that we leave behind can continue to bring people together. Estate planning is the same. A trust, a will, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives all play an important role in helping protect the people you love and give your family peace of mind. For over 55 years, Morris Hall has had the honor of helping over 40,000 Arizona families create plans that protect what matters most. In honor of Mom, I'd love to share one of our family's favorite chocolate chip cookie recipes. Text cookie to 620-620 and we'll send it your way. Then, when you're ready, schedule your complimentary consultation with Morris Hall, where you're likely to find a fresh baked cookie.
Morris Hall, Premier Estate Planning. Visit us at morrishall.com.
We get it. A meal shouldn't cost you nearly $20. And we agree. At Venezia's Pizzeria, lunch or dinner for under $10 is still a thing. And for an even sweeter deal, stop in and grab a Slice Rewards card. Get a stamp for every qualifying Slice special. 10 visits, 1 free qualifying special. Simple. And every Tuesday, we double your stamps. That's your free pizza twice as fast. Venezia's Pizzeria, a family tradition with great rewards.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Becky Lynn.
And I'm Joe Huizenga.
Every year we hear too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take just 2 seconds to help prevent these tragedies.
For life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And remember, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
KTAR News now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The city of Tempe has stopped all data sharing from its Flock automated license plate readers. This comes after Pinal County and the city of Chandler reported misuse of the Flock systems. Tempe police also clarifying they've never used Flock safety data for any purpose other than law enforcement, and no misuse was found in any audit of the Flock system. Tempe police are also launching a new transparency portal displaying live data in order to show the community how the technology is used. And yeah, Flock cameras took over some local headlines after public concern that they're being used for more than just a tool for law enforcement. Trevor Chandler, the company's public affairs director, joined the Mike Broomhead show to clear up any misinformation, saying this is not the case.
All data is fully owned by each agency. Flock does not own the data, and only your agency is able to access it, and only they get to choose who they share with, if they want to share at all.
Chandler added a Flock camera's main purpose is to provide actionable evidence to solve crimes. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. A state tribal agreement signed today aims to advance economic resilience in the Four Corners region. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the News Center to explain.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs signed the Memorandum of Understanding alongside Hopi Tribe Chairman Lamar Kivama and Navajo Nation President Boo Nygren. Hobbs said now the regional economy is struggling with the global decline of the coal industry, adding the state tribal agreement hopes to turn that around.
Distill lessons learned from previous closures and plan ahead for future ones. Make state resources more accessible to tribal nations and ensure coal workers' well-being and success in new industries.
Hobbs said she'll continue to fight for tribal water rights, energy access, and economic sovereignty. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Last night's storms weren't nearly as bad as what we saw coming out of the weekend. There were spots in the West Valley that saw up to an inch of rain. The East Valley, for the second time this week, escaped largely unscathed. But Chris Coleman with the National Weather Service says we are not done with our busy weather week just yet.
There could even be some isolated showers or even a few thunderstorms this morning. That there is activity that's moving up from near Tucson. So that could even hit Phoenix in the next few hours.
Coleman believes we are in for a quieter afternoon and evening, but tomorrow is expected to bring some heavy storms all across the valley. And the storms brought not just dust and rain, but also lightning, which sparked a wildfire in the Tonto National Forest yesterday. The Battleship Fire burning on top of Malpais Mountain, 3 miles south of Tortilla Flat. This blaze is 55 acres in size and is 0% contained right now. No closures or evacuations are in place at this time. The U.S. military says its forces fired on a Panamanian-flagged ship in the Gulf of Oman. The ship tried to evade an American blockade on Iranian ports. U.S. Central Command says the vessel ignored warnings, prompting a helicopter to fire missiles into the engine room, disabling the ship. The statement does not mention any casualties. The jurors in Luigi Mangioni's state murder trial will be kept anonymous over concerns they may be subject to harassment, intimidation, or improper outside influence if their identifying information is publicly released.
Judge Gregory Caro made the announcement when Mangione appeared in court on Tuesday for a brief conference ahead of his September 8th trial for allegedly murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Citing concerns about jury harassment and intimidation, Judge Caro said only prosecutors and defense lawyers will have access to the jurors' names and addresses. Judge Caro justified his decision by noting that individuals identifying themselves as Mangione's supporters have made inflammatory and hostile statements outside court and have signaled plans to try to speak with prospective jurors. Peter Haralambous, ABC News, New York.
Let's check the afternoon drive home in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We go to Troy Barrett.
Thank you, Becky. Let me have a crash on the right shoulder of southbound Loop 101 Price Freeway near Southern. Crash on the right shoulder of eastbound I-10 near 16th Street. On the surface streets, you have a crash 9th Street and Greenway, 32nd Street and Broadway. A crash involving a motorcycle, Cooper and Ray in Chandler. 51st Avenue, just north of Glendale, we have a collision there. A crash involving a pedestrian, 23rd Avenue and Rose Garden Lane. They are heading to the hospital there. That should be wrapped up here pretty soon. Also, on Ellsworth, just north of Pecos, over by the Mesa Gateway Airport, we have a crash there still working in that area. This traffic report is brought to you by Primavera Online. For 25 years, Primavera Online School has provided high-quality, flexible learning for Arizona students in grades K through 12. Visit chooseprimavera.com. Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
Our chance of any rain and storms overnight, 20%. Our low, 84 with cloudy skies. Then tomorrow, partly cloudy, high only 99 and a 40% chance of evening rain and thunderstorms. And on Thursday, again, 99 degrees and a 30% chance of rain. It is 102 right now in Anthem. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, third hour of the program.
You know, Gatos, some people say hour number 3 is the best hour of the show.
Gail Bass is in for Bruce.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here. We've got a lot to get to.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, have you ever been worried about, like, food safety? And I know that, see, but we're in the middle of this mess with, how do you pronounce it again, Becky? I don't know how to pronounce it. Cyclosporiasis. What is it?
Cyclosporiasis.
Okay, I was almost there.
You're
I
close.
almost got it. All right. One of these days, I'm going to get it right.
Cyclosporiasis.
So, yeah, we're kind of in the middle of this thing, and, we're starting to poke around and find out where our food comes from and how safe it is, and are we taking, certain measures? Is the FDA doing a good job? But have you guys ever really been worried about where your food comes from? I mean, I'm a hypochondriac. I'm scared to get sick and all that stuff. I don't really worry.
I do worry. I do. Especially if I'm in Nebraska and I order the fish from the coast. Because you're was this FedEx this morning from Alaska? Is it still frozen? Did they freeze it on site? Did it stay frozen? Did it defrost and refreeze? But when it comes to fish, I do worry a little.
Okay, Becky Lynn?
But when it comes to veggies, I hadn't as much.
I have sometimes worried about veggies because this is not the first time. No. And so I get to where I look at the stickers that they put on the fruits and vegetables at the store to see where they came from.
Well, I wash mine, and I make sure they're cooked all the way, unless it was salad. I just made sure to rinse. I was rinsing mine, but apparently
that doesn't
that's
help
not enough anymore.
Well, but fruit, you're an apple.
Yeah.
An orange. I mean, you're going to peel an orange, yes, but I don't always peel an apple.
I rinse mine, though.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah, I mean, during the show, I'll have a banana.
Yeah.
And I'll have an apple. Mm-hmm. And I wash the apple. Obviously, don't need to wash the banana. Wash the apple. And so I wonder if people, looking into, just the everyday folk, you're listening to the show all that, you're watching the show on the KTAR YouTube channel. If you're now, are you worried about where your food is coming from because of this outbreak? Because we can take you to a farm in Mexico that obviously the cyclosporiasis
you got it,
came out of. And we know how the lettuce got to be poisoned. People went to the bathroom right there. There are no facilities. You've got this big company who, hires Mexican workers in Mexico to pick the lettuce and do all that kind of thing. And there's nowhere for them to wash their hands. There's nowhere for them to go to the bathroom. And so the New York Times did an investigation because they wanted to know, when's the last time the FDA visited that Taylor Farms plant in Mexico?
You know how many people go to Rocky Point?
Yeah, I go all the time.
They expect sinks and everything else for the people who are preparing their foods and where they're camping and staying in hotels.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we feel the same way about our fruit?
I don't know.
I'm just sitting here thinking, wouldn't it be that providing a bathroom for your workers is just common decency?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
It's a necessity.
Yes.
So when did the FDA visit that plant in Mexico? This is what the New York Times said.
When you're talking about the food processing facility that this has been traced back to, it was Taylor Farms plant in Northeast Mexico. The FDA actually has not set foot there since 2019.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
U.S. inspectors haven't been to that facility in 7 years.
Okay,
it's a plant. It wasn't like they were out in the fields. They're talking about a plant.
Yeah. No, I'm
sure the executive has some place to go.
I'm just thinking, is that normal? Did they do it every 5 or 6 years, or should it be done every year? I don't know, but 7 years seems that's a long time.
Yeah,
a lot can go wrong in 7 years.
And when you cut 3,500 of your staff members, and some of whom, and this is from the FDA because of DOJ cuts, when you cut them, and some of those people are responsible for investigations. Something like this is bound. I'm sorry. I'm surprised.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry it happened, but I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner.
Okay, but the DOJ cuts were in 2024. That was only 2 years ago.
Yeah, but we have fewer people now to go look at that stuff.
I agree.
It's
you're
not
right.
like that lettuce is 2 years old.
No, you're right. But if you're looking to blame administrations, you blame, I don't know, you blame
Both.
Biden, you blame Trump. I mean, I'm fine with doing that.
Since who was president in 2019?
Yeah, I mean, Trump was president in 2019. But,
So
Biden was president 2020 to 2024. Yeah, I get it. You're right. But I guess my point is it's not just the Doge cuts that led to something like this.
But the problem started in the fields.
Yes.
So then Taylor Farms buys from the farmers or the farm company in Mexico and brings it to the plant. And there's where things fall apart because they're not inspecting it. And somehow it's not going through the inspection there, seems like.
Yeah, I mean.
So if you have the Doge cuts, you don't have enough people to do the inspections to make sure that this lettuce is not bad. It's leaving that plant contaminated.
Yeah, and you would think when Arizona restaurants are inspected and I don't think they know when they're coming.
Like dirty dining.
I don't think so.
The
They
dirty
just walk in
dining.
the door.
Yeah,
Isn't it CBS 5?
I think so. The dirty dining. You always
Let's get Jason Berry on the phone. Let's send Jason Berry down there.
But it's like, okay, we do that here in Arizona. And we go and we check restaurants, and we don't tell them when we're coming, and they find a bunch of stuff, and it's the scare of oh my gosh, they could come by today. We could get they could see the chicken that's been on the countertop for 4 days, and we're going to cook it in about 4 minutes. I mean, they see that stuff, so it's the worry that companies and restaurants have of we better make sure that our standards are up because. They'll come in any time, and they could close us down. Do these plants have the same kind of, inspections that happen? I don't know.
So I just went to azfamily.com just to see, dirty dining. What did they find last time? And and the top one from August 5th reads, Valley restaurants were cited for violations, including a box of raw bacon stored over salsa.
Yep.
And an employee handling food without washing their hands.
Yeah, that's bad. Yeah.
But these are things that we go in occasionally to go find out. That's why we see grades on the outside of restaurants.
Yeah.
Does anybody post that they get a B?
I thought you had to post.
I think you have to.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I only see
I've
the
seen
A's.
a C and turned right around.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, I turned right around.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I guess I never worried about my food from a grocery store. That's just me. Maybe, I have blinders on. If I go to a restaurant and I'm not sure about the restaurant or, I've never been there before, I have no idea. I get a little bit worried just because I don't want to get sick and all that stuff. But for the most part, you talked about Rocky Point in Mexico. I just came from Rocky Point in Mexico a couple of days ago. I go out to the restaurants all the time. I've never had anything bad happen. And of course, that's going to happen in America. It's going to happen if you go to France. It's going to happen if you go to Germany. It's going to happen. But these FDA inspections it's the first line of defense for mitigating outbreaks. And for 7 years, this one plant had no inspectors, and that's 7 years. And so now finally people got sick. And I've said it before. What is this place called? Farms? What is it again?
Taylor
Farms.
Like, if you hear this and you hear how they reacted to the problem, and they tried to cover it up, and they're big donors for Trump, and they made a phone call, and it was Weasley all the way around. Why would I ever buy from them?
You think they'll change their name?
I think they almost have to after something like this.
How are we going to forget this and go to the store? And because it's there emblazoned on their packages of leafy greens. I've seen them since this came out, and it's like, oh, there they are.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the rest of their record, and how long is this just the first outbreak? But they clearly don't care about their employees. They don't give them facilities to go to the bathroom and wash their hands. And I think that the worst thing is that you try and deny it when you know it's you. That's the worst part of this whole thing. They've tried to deny it, and they tried to get the FDA. They even lied and said the FDA apologized to them. That never happened. That's a lie. You made a lot of people sick. You better stand up and say, listen, it's our fault. We got to change the way we do things. Because then I'd buy the product again. But I'm not,
They should have the cleanest lettuce by the
really
end of
should.
the year
Right.
than
It
any
should
other
be,
company.
yeah.
But let's see if that happens. Oh, by the way, I looked it up, and it doesn't appear that it is required to put your grade up. And some major cities, they do.
Yeah,
but Maricopa County Environmental Services says if you participate in the program where you get a grade, they can post it in the window.
I've seen A's. I've never seen a B.
So you can participate or not participate?
Yeah, you can participate in the grading.
In getting the grade.
But they're still going to rate you online.
Right.
Whatever you get, they're going to tell people somebody didn't wash their hands.
Gotcha.
People can find out.
Yeah.
But you don't have to get that grade.
All right. Well, I mean, Taylor Farms is in what a mess. And, you know, how do you hold them accountable? I don't think you buy their stuff, especially if you're going to try and weasel out of it and say it wasn't you, when we all know it was. All right, coming up next. Hey, will better pay fix Arizona's teacher shortage? The answer is actually no. I'm kind of shocked.
Well,
I'm a little shocked.
I'm totally shocked.
Well, Gail is totally shocked. We'll talk about it coming up next.
Totally.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to metamucil.com for more details.
KTAR News Flash.
417, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Valley Metro is seeking community feedback as they plan the western extension of the light rail. Juliana Vasquez-Keating with Valley Metro says this expansion will stretch west for 10 miles.
This will be a 10-mile light rail expansion that will connect West Phoenix to the existing system, primarily operating along Indian School to 75th Avenue, then south to the Desert Sky Transit Center, which is near 79th Avenue in Thomas.
She encourages Phoenix residents and small business owners to voice feedback about the project at one of 3 open houses this year, where Valley Metro will be sharing info about the project. You can learn more about the extension by going to valleymetro.org/West Phoenix. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now let's get another check on traffic with Troy Barrett, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Well, Becky Lynn, we have a brand new crash coming in on the board here, southbound State Route 51 near Thomas. On the surface streets, we have a crash 63rd Avenue in Glendale, 18th Avenue in Indian School, 9th Street and Greenway, as well as 32nd Street and Broadway. I'm Troy Barrett. Now back to Outspoken with Gail Dose.
I like it. It's pretty good. Gail Dose. License plate? Maybe a new license plate, Gail?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really enthusiastic. Hey, we talked earlier today to Shira Tanzer, Education Solutions Reporter. And so all week here at KTAR, you can go to KTAR.com, but we're bringing you a special edition on education. It's an education series. And we're looking at why we have so many teacher vacancies in Arizona. You can check it on the app or KTAR YouTube channel. But Shira joined us a little bit earlier, and we said, okay, let's talk about this. Do you keep more teachers? Is it simple as paying them more? I'm not sure that's the answer. Here's what Shira told us. Take a listen.
Pay is definitely a major problem, as we've heard, but for the people that I talked to, the solutions really mostly came from a lack of administrative support and kind of fixing that. So when it comes to salary, Proposition 123 is kind of the main topic that came up when it comes to kind of fixing that salary issue and raising it. But we've seen that, legislators on both sides of the aisle, Hobbs, Superintendent Horn, have both agreed that Proposition 123 should be renewed, but it still hasn't. So maybe that's not something that we should be depending on when it comes to finding a quick fix for the teacher retention issue. A lot of the teachers themselves that I spoke to said that they either left the classroom or left and then returned because of a lack of administrative support. And when it comes to fixing that, that is one of the most important things that maybe would have made them stay longer in their districts. So, we've heard different solutions on how that could be, either if it's just administrators letting teachers know that they are important, that they are prioritized when it comes to the district. Superintendent Horn suggested creating a piece of legislation that would back teachers up when it came to disciplining students, would require administrators to back them up in that manner. Peter Boyle from the Center for the Future of Arizona suggested that districts include different things in the benefits packets for teachers, maybe housing, maybe some more expanded healthcare that includes mental health as well. So it's just supporting teachers in those different ways to really give them a boost behind the scenes, in addition to attempting to increase their salary as well.
So, Shira, are you telling me that if a teacher has a choice, better administrative support or more money, they're not going to take the money?
I think a lot of them would take the money.
Yeah.
It just seems like money is not necessarily the solution that would be the easiest right now for a quick fix to the problem.
All right.
Long term, yes. Obviously, teachers want to get paid more. But for right now, with the problem this bad, it doesn't look like teachers getting paid more right now looks to be a solution that could be solved within the next, year or so. But administrative support potentially could.
Now, how does this, Shira, this is Gail Bass filling in for Bruce, how does this stack up against teacher shortages in other states? Are we the only one who have this problem? Or is this something nationwide that's we're not going to be able to suddenly spin a magic wand and say, we're offering more money? Will they come, or will other states do the same thing as we're doing, trying to figure it out?
Other states are definitely facing a shortage. It's not just us. Ours happens to be quite poor because we do pay, when you look at nationwide, Arizona falls below the halfway mark when it comes to teacher salary. And a lot of our surrounding states, Nevada, New Mexico, Utah, are paying a lot more. So if Arizona teachers want to stay in the Southwest, but they want to be making more money, there is incentive for them to move to a different state to stay in the classroom, but just get paid more. So yes, while other states are facing a teacher shortage, our problem is that we are surrounded by states that do pay more than us.
Shira Tanzer's joining us. She's got a week-long special. It's a special education series looking at why we have so many teacher vacancies. Yeah, we've got a ton of teacher vacancies. What's the number again of teacher vacancies?
14% left the classroom last school year.
All right. So what would have kept 14% in? Obviously pay, huge part of it. You mentioned administrative support, huge part of it. But I think one of the big reasons teachers are being asked to do way more work longer hours, take on more responsibilities, manage more demands, absorb more stress, do this, do that, and it's just an impossible job to do in 24 hours.
100%, and it's really just so many factors playing into it. So salary is obviously a big role, but that's not just it. So I want to highlight a teacher that I spoke to. Her name is Libby Browse, and she recently made the decision this summer to not renew her contract because from her perspective, what was happening where her colleagues' positions were being cut. She and her other colleagues were having to pick up the slack. They were having to cover more work. But her district is in a pay freeze, and they have been for the past 3 years. So she's not even having the opportunity to potentially get a raise, and she's picking up all this extra work without getting paid more for it. But the work still needs to be done. Yeah. So she feels responsible for kind of covering that for the kids. But, she's still not getting paid that much. Right. So from her perspective, she's having to cover on that end and not really getting paid for it.
All right, that's Shira Tanzer, Education Solutions reporter. It's part of our week-long special education series as we look at why we have so many teacher vacancies in Arizona. All right, next, we're going to talk about Iran. Our buddy Mike Lyons, he's our go-to guy, a military expert. We had some missiles on the Strait of Hormuz today. Also, how Iran has adapted, I should say, to the onslaught of attacks. How do they keep surviving this stuff? Next.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
All right. I was talking to a friend the other day, wants to be a first-time home buyer. I guess is a first-time home buyer, wants to get into a house. And the first thing he said is, I gotta wait. I gotta wait till I save up the 20%. And I said, what do you mean? And he goes, well, you need 20% down to buy a house. I said, no, you don't. Who told you that? And guessing is what I think hurts first-time home buyers. So I said, here, listen, this is what you do. Call the One Mortgage team, people I've known for 30 years, 623-875-9940. First thing you do is go get pre-qualified. It's free. In a few hours, you're going to walk away knowing exactly what you can afford and what programs you qualify for. There's some VHA and VA, and there's some other programs that are built probably for someone like you, down payment assistance, but you don't need 20%. So stop guessing. He also said, I'm not really sure my credit's any good. Well, I said, well, how do you know? And he said, I don't. I said, call the One Mortgage team. I was getting on him a little bit. You don't waste any more of your time. Call the experts, 623-875-9940. LundMortgage.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Right now is a great time to start making smarter money decisions. Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some greatly needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 to 5 years, costing you more and more money. But with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating, you won't have to touch the exterior again for years. In fact, Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. Your home will always look like it's been freshly painted, guaranteed. No chipping, no flaking, no peeling, no kidding. If you're thinking about painting your exterior with traditional paint, please call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate and ask about their ceramic technology and its ability to reduce your cooling costs. Rhino Shield is perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you, then you receive 10% off the regular price. Call 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
It's summer's last hurrah. Bunker to Bunker's last two-person scramble event of the summer is on Saturday, August 22nd at the Junior National Golf Club in Goodyear. Come celebrate with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, and big raffle and prizes, all for just $100. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting the Junior National Foundation, changing the lives of youth through the game of golf. Open to the public, but space is limited. So register today at bunkergolf.com.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Windy City comes to the Arizona desert as the D-backs host the Chicago Cubs at Chase Field starting August 24th. Get your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. I'm Becky Lynn. Good afternoon.
Constant balance that we are always trying to strike.
The city of Tempe will not renew its contract with a company that makes automatic license plate reading cameras. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center to tell you more.
Flock cameras snap a photo of a vehicle's license plate as it drives by, allowing police to look up and track that vehicle's movements. Today, Tempe Mayor Corey Woods tells KTAR the city is looking to find a new vendor for that technology.
We might find someone, another company that can do this kind of thing, where we are convinced that the right safeguards and the right accountability measures are in place and the tools are actually efficacious.
He also says Tempe PD will no longer share data gathered from the Flock cameras with other police departments without a request. This week, Apache Junction Police said an officer resigned after an internal investigation found he misused the vehicle tracking cameras. Woods says they have not had issues like that in Tempe. Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Avondale police confirming today the identities of the two bodies found buried in a Litchfield Park backyard are of Hector and Larissa Flores. They're the parents of alleged suspect Matthew Flores, who's accused of killing and burying the couple before fleeing the country.
Matthew Flores is now considered a suspect in this missing persons investigation.
At an Avondale PD briefing today, it was announced U.S. Marshals are now leading an international manhunt for Flores. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. The economy in the Four Corners region is struggling due to the decline of the coal industry, but a new state tribal agreement hopes to bring about long-term resiliency. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs offered more state resources for tribal nations, planning ahead for future closures, and wants to ensure coal workers' success in new industries.
The Navajo Nation and Hopi tribe lost substantial government revenues, affecting their ability to provide critical services to their citizens.
She signed the Memorandum of Understanding alongside Hopi Tribe Chair Lamar Kivama and Navajo Nation President Bu Wen. On Wednesday, the sky spanning the globe will be lit up. It's not fireworks, it's a host of stellar events.
August 12th will usher in a trifecta of cosmic spectacles. Researchers say it starts with a pre-dawn parade of 6 planets, including Mercury and Jupiter and Mars, lining up for their close-ups. Then throughout the day, depending on where you live, there will be a total solar eclipse, mostly viewable in Greenland, Iceland, northern Russia, and the Atlantic Ocean, along with Spain and a slice of Portugal. Some on the East Coast in the U.S. may catch a glimpse of a partial eclipse in the afternoon. If that's not enough, the best meteor shower of the year will serve as the encore. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Let's check on traffic with Troy Barrett. He is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
On State Route 51, we have a crash near Thomas. That's causing about 1.5 miles to 2 miles back up there. Crash on the right shoulder of I-10 westbound near Buckeye Road over by the airport. On the surface streets, we have crashes on 63rd Avenue and Glendale. That's the others that just now came off the board, which is great news. This traffic report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm serving Arizona families for over 55 years. Learn more at morrishall.com. Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
Tonight, 20% chance of rain. Overnight low 84 with cloudy skies. And then partly cloudy on Wednesday. Will be around 99 for the high with a really good chance of some overnight rain and thunderstorms. It's 101 currently in Mesa. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Governor Hobbs made her pick for lieutenant governor tonight at 6 on Arizona's Evening News. We'll get reaction from our political strategists and find out if she made the right or wrong decision. Watch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Hey, Bruce is out today. We got Gail Bass in. Let's talk a little bit about the war in Iran. Joining us, he's our go-to guy, Mike Lyons, retired U.S. Army Major and military analyst. Mike, how are you today?
Hey, great. Thanks for having me back.
So I think the big story today is that we fired at a ship sailing in the Gulf of Oman, and its crew ignored warnings. So we've got Iran saying, the Strait of Hormuz, we can open it, we can close it. I think we had the president saying that he and the United States, we're 100% in control of the Strait of Hormuz. That doesn't seem right to me. Is firing on a ship, is that the latest kind of escalation in this war?
Yeah, I think that, well, first of all, it was a ship coming towards Iran. It wasn't trying to sneak Iranian oil out. The MV Villanova fired upon, disabled, and who knows what it was trying to bring inside of Iran, electronic equipment, goods, and services. Who knows? But it's part of the siege. That military mission right now is a siege, which is just surrounding them, blockading, making sure nothing goes in and out. So the straits remain closed for all practical purposes from our perspective, from their side. And they say it's closed because of what they could possibly do if we try to move oil and services out. Now, the countries that are involved inside the Gulf are looking for other venues. I mean, Saudi Arabia can ship oil to the Red Sea going, due west. Oman's kind of try to do the same. But for all practical purposes, the siege is on and the straits remain closed.
Is the blockade working?
Well, I think if you look at it from a numbers perspective, it is. I mean, it's over 50 ships that have been redirected. Only 3 have been fired upon like this, that they tried to run it. So sure, again, going in both directions. Now, we've got a pretty large armada out there, 2 aircraft carriers, I guess about 15 other destroyers and cruisers out working it. So there's lots of naval assets there, and we've got eyes on everything. So I think it's putting economic pressure on the Iranians. We're seeing their misery index is up. I mean, it feels like the president is deciding to try to just, again, like a siege, just let them kind of choke out and see what happens.
We're talking to Michael Lyons, retired U.S. Army major and military analyst. My question for you is, you just talked about how we have so many assets out there, and that's something that's been in the press about how our munition supply is diminishing. What do you have to say about this? And has it been relatively calm? Are we expending all these munitions? Because it seems like it's been relatively calm for about close to 2 weeks.
Right, and there's 2 sides of the munition coin. That's the offensive side and the defensive side. So let's take the defensive side first. That's the Patriots and the THAADs, the high altitude missiles defense systems that we have out there. There's likely some concern about those canisters being depleted. But the Pentagon is not going to be happy unless we're 60-70% still. I mean, we've had probably a 20-year buildup, and a lot of them have been used for sure. But you get below, let's say, the 40% mark, and the Pentagon planners are going to be worried about not being able to just turn those around. Those are high-tech pieces of equipment that contain rare earth minerals. They're just not manufactured quickly. Companies like Anduril is trying to do that, though, make lower-cost air defense systems. So, yeah, it's given us a chance to at least kind of keep our powder dry, so to speak. On the offensive side, with ATACMS and Hellfire missiles, we've got plenty of those, and we used 2 Hellfires to take out that ship today and keep it from, it going to Iran.
Mike Lyons is joining us, our military analyst. We had a certain period of time late last month where we were bombing them on a daily basis. I think the thing that I don't understand is, where are we bombing, and what is it accomplishing? Could you give us some insight on that?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Military targets. I mean, the United States is not going to attack civilians and attack places that, that are illegal. Basically, would cross that line. The way I looked at those target lists, they were targets that along about a 700-mile stretch from the entire Iranian coastline, and the targets were seeing if they could soften up the ground there to keep the Iranians from threatening the Gulf and threatening that area. The problem is that there's no standoff. What I mean by that is they could fire a missile very quickly at a ship. We couldn't see where it's coming from necessarily. Every missile has a return address, right? But again, because of the standoff, because of the short distance between where they could fire from and a target that they could hit, it makes that ship virtually indefensible. And that's why the Iranians are saying that they can keep the straits closed. So those targets were softening up those coastal artillery batteries and places where we knew where they could fire from.
Mike, I think this will interest you. We had Senator Ruben Gallego on, obviously from Arizona, and he told us, I think the quote was, he doesn't want to win the war, which is, it's kind of an odd quote, but he went more in depth saying that if we want to win the war, it's troops on the ground, thousands and thousands and thousands of them. And he served in Iraq on the ground there. And he says that, the only way to win the war is to put troops on the ground, and you'll have thousands of casualties. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, I just don't see our need to do that right now. The siege is kind of working, choking them off. They've, I wish the the administration had a better communication strategy, stuck to it. From my perspective, it was always been the nuclear weapons, the nuclear capability. It was not regime change; it was regime compliance. But I want to win this war. Iran's been at war with us for 47 years, the greatest foreign policy failure this country has since the Second World War. So from my perspective, I'm just disappointed that we can't mobilize as a nation around this idea and figure this out. I don't want to send troops there. There's no reason to send them in these places and occupy the Iranians. That would make the mistake of Iraq all over again. So again, let's not make that mistake. Let's see how the siege works. Let's see the misery index up inside of Iran, and let's see if it can implode from within.
Is the misery index up enough? Or do you feel like are we on the trend for that, or do you think that we're being stagnated there?
Yeah, I mean, this is difficult to say. No war has really ever been fought from the air, and it's a war of attrition from the Iranian side as they try to keep some of their capability dry. I'm a ground guy. I'm an Army guy. So, yeah, I would say we got to put people on the ground at some point. Maybe we will in certain small areas, Carg Island, for example, if we can take some victories there. But the idea of occupying a country with 90 million people is just foolhardy. So that's not going to happen. But it's just unfortunate that we can't get weapons, or we can't get the Israeli Mossad to try to get a 50 to 75,000 group of men basically inside of Iran and have some kind of an insurgency and an uprising and kind of fight from within. If we can get them weapons, we could do something like that. But again, for us to do it doesn't make sense.
All right, Mike Lyons, retired U.S. Army major and military analyst. Always good to see you, man. Thanks for joining us again.
Great. Thanks so much for having me.
Mike Lyons, everybody. All right. It's tough, man. It's tough to try and look at this. And, he's got the military mind, and he's been there before, and he knows, he knows better than, us. It just, the way that I see this war is it's like we don't know what to do next. And it's one of those things where the longer it goes, I think, we could be there for the next 2 years. I think maybe the only way we get out of this is after Trump leaves office, because that's how most wars end. The current president, and this time he started it. He started the war. It was his decision to go to war. Mm-hmm. When they leave, the next president's like, all right, I got to get us out of this thing, and we're going to do that in a couple different ways.
And the way we've done it in the past, recent history, has not always been the best.
No. All right. Let's see. We got a lot to get to. Still to come. Is it the summer of the alligator or the bison? We'll explain. It's all coming up next. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Gail is in today.
Listen during Giveathon Week for Phoenix Children's Stories of Hope, presented by Madame E. Homes.
All I wanted to do was make sure that Easton knew I was there, and I started singing in his ear, and I held his head, and I just wanted him to know I was there. His face was almost unrecognizable.
They knew it was pretty severe, so. And then they took him up to the ICU.
The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's is presented by Your Valley Hyundai Dealers and Y Refi.
You can keep paying for quick weight loss fixes, or you can learn how to keep the weight off for a lifetime like I have with Soda. Hey, it's Joe. Summer's wrapping up, and so is Soda's 4 weeks for free offer. This is the last time for the summer. If you want your clothes to fit better, your energy to improve, and your weight to decrease, you need to call 866-800-SODA right now. It's your last chance to get your first 4 weeks for free when you call 866-800-SOTA and mention KTAR. I've shed 25 pounds, I feel great, and you can too. No shots, no pills, no lifetime dependency. Soda's centered around real food with expert guidance from nutritionists who will create a plan for you and arm you with habits that will last a lifetime. Grab Soda's summer offer before it's over, and you get 4 weeks free when you call them at 866-800-SODA and mention KTAR, or check them out online at sodadietnutrition.com, sodadietnutrition.com. Soda is, say it with me,
state
of the art.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Got a great deal for you right now. When you call Central Valley Dentistry and mention my name, just say Broomhead, get $1,500 off a complete dental implant smile restoration, including your final zirconia teeth. No hidden fees, no surprise costs. That's the deal. Now, you know me. I don't put my name behind anything unless I really believe in it. I believe in Dr. Babahani and the team at Central Valley Dentistry. They're a full-service smile makeover center, everything under one roof. All on for implants, Invisalign, veneers, crowns, even treatment for snoring and sleep apnea. It's simple and very straightforward. Whether you're dealing with missing teeth or you're just ready for a full smile makeover, they've got you covered. You can call their office at 602-246-0385. Mention my name, Broomhead. Get that $1,500 off right away or go to centralvalleydentistry.com. That's centralvalleydentistry.com. The Smile Makeover Center.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:46, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
A lot of misinformation is out there. These cameras are about vehicles.
That's Trevor Chandler, the public affairs director for the Flock Camera Company, who joined the Mike Broomhead show to say that the cameras are nothing more than a tool for law enforcement.
There is no facial recognition. There's no personal records connected like a DMV record. It is about helping police have a tangible piece of evidence to help solve crime.
Chandler added Flock cameras helped find more than 10,000 missing people last year. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check on the ride home now. Here's Troy Barrett in for Enrique today in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We are more stop than go in the downtown Interloop area, especially on I-10 westbound from the Mini Stack through the Deck Park Tunnel, stretching all the way to 67th Avenue. It's quite a long line of cars there. It's going to be a frustrating ride home this afternoon. We have a crash on southbound State Route 51 near Thomas, a crash on the right shoulder of I-10 westbound near Buckeye Road, and on the surface streets we have crashes 63rd Avenue in Glendale, 48th Street in McDowell, and on Scottsdale Road just north of the Red Mountain Loop 202. Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Let's be honest, the Arizona summers are brutal, but local crime numbers can be even scarier, especially when it comes to protecting your home. If you think that doorbell camera or expensive alarm system is going to keep burglars out, think again. Professional thieves use Wi-Fi jammers, glass cutters to get in and out long before the police are notified. But you know what Wi-Fi jammers and glass cutters can't do? They can't get through Bulldog security screens. Just ask me. I went to Bulldog Security Screens factory in Tucson, where I attacked those screens with everything from a bowling ball to a sledgehammer, and the only thing I broke was a sweat and a baseball bat. Oh, and there's another added benefit. These screens block the scorching UV rays out of your house, and they look terrific because they look and act just like shade screens. You want real protection for your home? Get Bulldog Security Screens for your windows, patio doors, and entry doors. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Bulldog Security Screens. They're tough.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded one new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
This is Jim Sharp. A new poll shows barely half of Americans have confidence the midterm elections will be conducted fairly. But here's what's weird. Almost as many Democrats have their doubts as Republicans. Join LaDonna Harvey and me on Arizona's Morning News on KTAR's YouTube or on the KTAR News app.
All right, Gail is in for Bruce. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. So a number of years ago, we called it like the summer of the shark. It seemed like a lot of the stories were coming out that, people were going in the water and getting bit or getting eaten or their leg was gone and all that kind of stuff. And it freaked people out. So this summer, I'm wondering, is it the summer of the alligator or is it the summer of the bison?
I'm voting for bison.
You're okay. You're going to vote because it looks like it's a tie right now. Does it not look like a tie?
It is a tie.
Okay,
but bison. The thing is that we can't help ourselves doing dumb stuff like getting out of the car. I see it on Instagram all the time.
Right.
Where people get out of the car, think, oh, they're slow, and then, I can go look at the baby, and then dad comes and gives them a body check like an offensive lineman for the Bears.
So here's the deal. We've talked about the two bison attacks, if you will, at Yellowstone. The first one, the guy who I always said he looked exactly like Uncle Jesse, and he was dressed like him from the Dukes of Hazzard. He got thrown into the air 70 feet and came down. He's fine. Then there was another bison attack. A little kid was running around, and the family got way too close. But the alligator is making a push for the summer of the alligator. So here's the deal. We got a woman who got bit by an alligator swimming in a river in Florida. This is at least the second time that it's happened, and her arm is gone. I think the other lady's arm was gone, too. Where are you people swimming? Is that a normal thing to do in Florida? Because I don't know. I mean, that's a strange. That's I know the first attack, there were signs everywhere, beware of alligator, and I'll still go swimming. What do you mean I'll still go swimming?
We are incorrect. The Gators are winning.
Oh.
According to Outdoor Life.
Oh, good.
There have been 5 attacks.
5-2.
Of alligators this year.
Okay,
it's crazy.
5 alligators to 2 bison.
Mm-hmm. And, by the way, raccoons.
What do you mean raccoons?
They're making a rush for it.
There's no one. What are you talking about?
There is a second raccoon sought after rabies-positive animal attacks in South Jersey.
Oh, geez. So this woman lost her arm swimming. You know what the crazy thing is? Are you brave enough to run into that water and get her out?
Here's the thing.
Because I'd be crapping my pants.
I went snorkeling.
It'd be like I was eating lettuce all day long.
I went snorkeling in Florida, but it was deep sea.
Okay.
It wasn't close to the coast.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I would never swim in Florida. I'm like, what are you talking about? I've been but the rivers and stuff, Because remember there was that little boy at Disney World?
Oh, that was terrible.
That was terrible.
Yeah.
And then, my friend, she has to watch her dogs because she lives in Sanford.
Yep.
She's got bears walking through her front yard.
I'm scared of bears.
And then she's right on the river. And I'm like, hey, Jamie, tell me, is this screen going to keep the gator out? She's like, they don't come up. She's like, oh, we'll be fine. I'm like, there's a bear walking through your front yard when I drove up to your house. And you'll think, oh, I'll be fine for the gators. Florida, the animals will try to eat you in Florida.
This gator is 9 foot 8 inch alligator.
How do they know about the 8 inches?
Because they captured and killed it.
Well, you know what happens when you catch one of those snakes that shouldn't be there? You call the phone number 1-800-I-GOT-ONE.
Oh, geez.
Only in Florida.
I just okay, you're going to kill the alligator, but we were the one swimming in his water. Is it because if she lost a limb?
Well, look at them. They're like dinosaur leftovers.
Well, I'm just saying.
Don't go near them, and
they won't
die?
eat you.
Apparently not.
Don't go near them. They won't eat you. All right. Coming up next, will over-parenting your kid actually put you in financial debt? Stick around. All right, Sweet James, I want you to call my favorite lawyers. I always like to tell the story about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. We were playing softball one night, and one of my outfielders, she got in a car accident. Her husband was in the car, and the car was totaled. They were injured. They went to the ER. She had texted me, and I said, I'm calling you tomorrow, which was a Saturday. I'll call you tomorrow, and I'm going to get you a lawyer. And so I gave them the number to Sweet James. And there's a reason. Sweet James has been doing this for 25 years. They have a 98% winning record. They have experience in hundreds and hundreds of trials. They've built a reputation that demands attention. They'll make sure the insurance companies pay up. And guess what? They made the insurance companies pay up for my friend and her husband. They got a big check, and they deserved it. But Sweet James had to go and fight for it. And that's why you hire them. Sweet James, winning for you. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Arizona, are you thinking about selling your home? Count with me. 1, 2, 3. 3 days. One massively marketed 72-hour launch weekend, setting the stage for buyers to bid up your sale price. Now listen to this. Sellers using our program have averaged 6.3% higher prices than their neighbors who sold the traditional way. Sell your home in just days for thousands more at 72sold.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This is Pat McMahon, and I've been talking to you about Kaiko Roofing for a long time now. This time of year, mostly how to keep the inside of your home monsoon-proof. Just call Kaiko, 602-944-4600. Ask for someone to come out and check the condition of your roof at no charge. That's how I originally found out about Kaiko. I called them because my roof is nowhere I should be. And besides, I wouldn't know what to look for anyway, so here's what really sold me on Kaiko. They came down off the roof after the checkup and told me, now get this, they told me everything looked fine. No repairs needed. Thanks for calling Kaiko. Well, that told me all I needed to know about the way Kaiko does business. And if they do find something that needs repair, Kaiko will even offer finance options. Call Kaiko Roofing, 602-944-4600, before the monsoon comes to your house. Remember what Monty says.
Kaiko Roofing. We're crazy about quality.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Constant balance that we are always trying to strike.
The city of Tempe is not going to renew its contract with Flock, the company that makes automatic license plate reading cameras police use to track vehicles. Tempe Mayor Corey Woods tells KTAR they want to find another vendor for the same technology.
Of trying to make sure that we are providing the safest possible community from a community safety standpoint, but also making sure that we're very cognizant and aware of privacy concerns that people might have.
He also says Tempe PD will no longer automatically share data gathered from the Flock cameras with other local police departments without a request. Tempe has not identified any misuse of the Flock cameras via city audits. Relatives of the former Marine freed by Russia say his health had severely deteriorated and they were concerned for his life. Here's ABC's Martha Raddatz.
After 4 years in a Russian prison, former U.S. Marine Robert Gilman is a free man. On the flight home, blanketed in an American flag with his mother at his side. The 32-year-old appears gaunt. His family said in June he had slipped into a dissociative stupor after years of horrible treatment where he was essentially catatonic, unable to eat or respond, and suffering from a severe bout of pneumonia. And soon afterward, Gilman was given a pardon on humanitarian grounds.
KTAR, Eyes on the Economy. The economy in the Four Corners region of our state is struggling due to the decline of the coal industry. But a new state-tribal agreement hopes to bring about long-term resiliency. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the News Center with the details.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs offered more state resources for tribal nations, is planning ahead for future closures, and wants to ensure coal workers' success in new industries.
The Navajo Nation and Hopi Tribe lost substantial government revenues, affecting their ability to provide critical services to their citizens.
She signed the Memorandum of Understanding alongside Hopi Tribe Chairman Lamar Kivama and Navajo Nation President Boo Nygren. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
A new study from Rent Cafe shows that 54% of millennials in the Phoenix metro were homeowners in 2023. That's a nearly 80% increase over the 5 years before. Then Kimberly Winson-Geideman, the director of ASU's Division of Real Estate, joined Arizona's Morning News to say this increase is simply because millennials have aged into homeownership.
This is the time when people start forming families, when we start seeing increasing incomes because people are stable in their jobs. So I think this is just the time for them.
Winson-Geideman adds that the numbers might seem more exciting because millennials have reached home ownership at a slower pace than the previous generation. As Valley Metro gears up to extend the light rail 10 miles west down Indian School Road, they're seeking community input to help shape the project.
Juliana Vasquez-Keating with Valley Metro says feedback is important in these early phases of planning and design.
So we're looking at, how many stations there'll be, how many park and rides we might need to build. And we really just want to hear from the community on what their priorities are. So that'll help build our plans.
She encourages community members and small business owners to voice their comments and concerns at one of 3 open houses Valley Metro will be hosting to discuss the project. Kellen Shover, KTAR News.
You can learn more about the extension by going to valleymetro.org/West Phoenix. Let's check on traffic right now with Troy Barrett in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. At the moment, no freeway crashes, which is good news. But on the surface streets, we do have some crashes to tell you about. A crash with a vehicle fire, 35th Avenue and Buckeye. Record Road, just south of Main Street in Mesa. We have a collision there. 48th Street in McDowell, a collision. And a crash on Scottsdale Road. This is going to be about a half mile north of the Red Mountain Loop 202. Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
Slight chance of rain and storms overnight. 84 for the low with cloudy skies. Partly cloudy on Wednesday, and 99 should be the high with a 40% chance of rain and thunderstorms in the evening. Right now it's 101 in Glendale. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. 2 till 6.
2 till 6, 2 to 6, 2 to 6.
Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 4. A lot of people say hour number 4. Best hour, Gail Bass.
You jumped on my line.
I was waiting. I can't wait any longer.
I was waiting for you. Oh,
listen, we're off at 6 o'clock. I got to get rolling here.
Okay, sorry. I was too busy doing special effects.
No, you were doing that whisper like Joe Biden used to do. It drove me crazy.
The crowds are going, wow. Hear them.
Okay, there's no crowd in here. Crying out loud.
It's just my hair, and there's a lot of hair.
Hey, at this time tomorrow, we will bring you the Face Off. Got a great panel. They're going to come in.
Who's it going to be?
It's in a box and it's locked, and you won't know until tomorrow.
Okay.
I put it under a locked box like Al Gore.
I'm going to bring popcorn and just watch.
Just do it.
No opinions. Just going to watch the fireworks.
I mean, you're going to be thrown into the middle too. So we're going to get this thing going. So the Face Off will be tomorrow, which is a Wednesday, and so we'll kick it off at 5. All right. Question. Interesting article.
Mm-hmm.
From the Washington Post. And it talks about tweens having less independence. So a tween, obviously preteen, we're talking, what are we talking? Between 10 and 12?
Yes.
Okay. In the end, we're not giving tweens any independence, and it's costing parents a ton in money in babysitting. So I don't remember when I was first able to stay home by myself, but I'm guessing I was a tween. I'm guessing it was like 11 or 12 years old. I mean, I kind of remember something like that. And you were reading this article too earlier, and you had some interesting takeaways. Like, you were a latchkey generation kid, and you were left unsupervised in the hours after your school. Now, my mom was a stay-at-home mom, and so she would drop us at school, and she would pick us up from school. And so my mom was around a lot doing that kind of thing. But do you see that in this day and age? I don't know if what we call them, a latchkey. There's no latchkey generation. I don't think a lot of parents are like, oh yeah, just let my 10-year-old go home and stay. No, I've got to follow them online. I've got to check their social to see if they're okay. I'm getting, their location from an app on my phone. We don't really let kids, at least at that age, have a whole lot of independence.
I think the people who let their kids be by themselves, I don't think they tell people.
They think it's like...
They're like, go home, call. Because I know several people who every day at a certain time, or when I used to have a standing hair appointment when I did TV. And my stylist would always get a call from his daughter saying, okay, I'm home, Daddy.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But it's like we're afraid to leave children alone at home, and it's costing people money. And maybe it's not, I don't know. I don't know if you're probably not getting a babysitter after school or anything like that. You got to figure out a way to get your child home, your child in the house, and maybe somebody watching them. And if the grandparent isn't around, what are you supposed to do?
It's funny. I used to, once a year, before I had a +1, on Valentine's Day, I would go on Facebook and I would offer my friends free babysitting on Valentine's. And I'd tell them, these are the hours I could do it.
Okay.
And I'll pull a name. And this is the date and the time I could do it. Every single time, there would be one person, can you do it on this date? And I was like, no. I put the date and the time, and you fit, and you know what? There was always one it didn't work for them. And I was like, well, I wasn't going to pick you anyway. But what was interesting to me is, for some of them, it was little kids. And then our friend Ken Moskowitz, he's got 5 kids. When I did it, the kids thought it was a party that I was coming over. Even the teenagers were involved.
Well, listen to the research.
And so the kids can watch their own selves. But if it's one kid, no.
So the research is talking about that the shift has to do with, of course, over-parenting. Research says it's more than just that. It stems in part from a lack of public transit and walkable neighborhoods. It's related to the dominance of travel sports over school and neighborhood-based teams.
All of our soccer games when I was a kid, the kid can make it to the soccer field by themselves or the bus would drop them off nearby. There wasn't mom picking everybody up to go to soccer practices, or if they were going to soccer practices, mom dropped them off and left them. There was no, like you would manage, I grew up near horse properties. I could walk to the stables by myself to go I get on the bus, go home, put on my country gear, and then I'd go to my horseback riding lesson. So it wasn't like my mom was involved in any of that. She just wrote the check. And there was she was trusted that I went to horseback riding lessons, and then I got back home and I got cleaned up. Our parents weren't involved. It just didn't happen. And now it does, because you will be shamed or somebody will call on you. You're afraid.
So here's a story of being shamed or calling on a parent. So there was a 6-year-old boy, okay? Mom's name is Mallory. And Mallory said, it is okay for you to take your scooter to a playground about a quarter of a mile from their home in Atlanta. And Mallory, the mom, was at home. And when the little boy, 6 years old, got back home, he just kind of looked scared. And mom was like, what happened? And the 6-year-old said, I got to the park fine. I did exactly what you told me and all that stuff. Watch both ways, But the little boy said a woman stopped him and wanted to know all these questions. How old are you? Where do you live? Where is your mother? And so, was it a concerned adult or was it a Karen? I don't know. I'm not sure. But
she scared the kid.
She did scare the kid, because when you start asking a kid all these questions, he's like, I didn't say anything. But part of the discussion is, do you let a 6-year-old go a quarter of a mile to a park? And it's not the easiest answer of course. Well, okay, are you going to be, if it's New York, you're not going to let them go and cross busy streets. You're 6 years old. You're not going to be put okay, what if you're in like Chandler? I don't know. What if you're in Chandler? You got a little neighborhood. Okay. And it's, a relatively safe neighborhood. And you're like, yeah, take your scooter. It's down the street. And you're cool with that as a 6-year-old. I asked a few friends before the show if they would let their 6-year-old go and do that. And about half of them said no, and half of them said yes. So I think it really depends. How far is it? How mature is your kid? But the end of this story with Mallory, the mom, and knowing that, her 6-year-old did, take his a scooter. A day later, she got a knock on the door, and the Fulton County Division of Family and Children's Services showed up at her house and said, we have a complaint. It's been filed. I'm coming in to inspect your home. And I'm like, that's a lot.
You know what's interesting? Your 8-year-old could ride the subway alone in New York, and here this woman is coming to check this woman's house out.
I don't think I'd like that either.
Well, it's to go to school.
Yeah, I don't think I'd like that either. I mean, I know you got to get to school, but I don't want to put an 8-year-old in the. I've been in the subway system in New York. I don't like that. It depends on the parent. It depends on the kid, and really depends on where you live. It depends if are you in a good area? Do you have busy streets? Because if you're crossing and it's super busy, probably not going to let a 6-year-old go. So, I mean, should the mom be put in jail? No. Do I think that the woman that stopped the little boy is a Karen? I don't know. I mean, if I'm put in her spot and I see a little boy, I might say, hey, is everything okay? Or where's your mom? Are you lost? Or something like that.
Well, I saw a kid who probably was about 10 o'clock riding his bike down 7th Street at 10 o'clock at night.
Okay.
That's when I'm like, where are your parents?
Yeah.
Or as our daughter says, who loves him?
Somebody has to.
Why is a 10-year-old out on their bike at 10 o'clock at night on a school night? I was like, why is this kid out?
The new technology with e-bikes and these scooters, and they go faster.
This was before e-bikes. This was some years ago. But I still remember that. I was just shocked. Like, what do you do? And my thing is like, what do I do? like, I can't stop my car and say, okay, you stay right there and wait till the police come. I didn't want to do that. But I just didn't want him to get hurt.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. Are we letting our kids be independent enough? Probably not.
Nope.
But the other thing is, do you let, in this specific story, a 6-year-old take the scooter and go a quarter of a mile to a park? A lot of it depends.
It depends on the kid and the kid's responsibility. And, some parents follow the kids like, okay, you can walk to school by yourself. And then they kind of sneak behind a bush and watch and see what they do.
Yeah.
And they test them. But, 10 to 12, you need to start giving them a responsibility. Like start teaching them about money, start teaching them how to cook something, start teaching them how to clean the bathroom. Like those are things you can do these things. I could cook at 12 years old. So your kids can too. If you can read, you can cook.
My 7-year-old nephew, Duke, super bright. We were with him on the 4th of July, and he comes up, he sits on my lap, and he goes, let's have a conversation about Elon Musk. I go, what are you talking about? He
sits on your lap to have a discussion.
But he is in I want to know what that costs. I want to know how much that car is. I want to know how much we're paying for this house. I want to know how much the richest man on the earth has. And he's curious that way.
When kids are at that age, answer them truthfully.
Yeah.
Call your body parts what they are.
Okay, all right.
That's the start.
Yeah.
Number 2, and tell them, like, my parents did not let me see the receipt for when we ate out to dinner.
I don't know.
I have no idea why they wouldn't let me see that. You need to teach kids the value of things.
Yeah.
That's what, doesn't Dave Ramsey say you got to teach your kids about money?
I don't know.
But you need to teach your kids about money, what things cost, why you can't get this bike as opposed to that one. That's part of the growing process. That helps them to be responsible and realize, okay, a trip to Disneyland is going to cost our family this. So do you want to get rid of this or this to make that happen? You make them part of the discussion, and that teaches them things. That makes them understand the value of things and grow up.
All right.
Okay, I'm off
the soapbox. It was good, though. Coming up next, the 10 strangest items banned from the TSA. Banned from the TSA. Next.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 602-562-6863 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 602-562-6863 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 602-562-6863 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 602-562-6863.
KTAR News Flash.
5:18, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. There's a new recall for one of the most popular vehicles in the world.
Toyota is recalling certain recent versions of the Camry over concerns the instrument cluster could fail when starting the car, knocking out power to things like the hazard lights and the seatbelt reminder. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says this increases the risk of a crash. More than 500,000 of the popular sedans are being recalled from the 2025 and 2026 model years. Toyota says it'll notify owners by September 21st and that dealers will fix the issue through a software update. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a check on traffic with Troy Barrett in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Well, Becky Lynn, we have some surface street crashes to tell you about. A crash with a vehicle fire, 35th Avenue and Buckeye. Record Road just south of Main Street in Mesa, a collision there. 48th Street and McDowell, we also have a collision in that spot. And a brand new crash coming in McClintock, just north of Rio Salado Parkway. This traffic report is brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. One of their gorgeous patio homes is available right now. This is a rare opportunity with big savings that you don't want to miss. Text patio to 620-620 to arrange a tour. Now, back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, Bruce, out today we got Gail Bass in. All right,
Yes,
so
you do.
Gail, you travel a lot.
I do.
You're on a plane.
I just got back from Europe.
When did you get back from Europe?
In July.
Oh, okay.
Did a little river cruise.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Look at you, world traveler.
It was romantical.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, boy, this is good stuff.
I have been to 5 continents.
All right.
I need South America and Antarctica to complete the whole sweep.
Well, the TSA is banning some stuff, so this is going to be good for you.
Okay. I need to know what I can't pack.
Yeah, there's some items that are banned by the TSA in some form.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the interesting thing. I don't know how this happens, but they also say that you could face a fine of over $17,000. And I'm like, that doesn't sound right. Are you telling me if I take one of these things in my luggage and you find it, you're going to fine me 17 grand? Are you crazy? Anyway.
Okay.
Let's start with some of the things banned, okay? Here's one. You cannot take a bowling ball. It's banned in carry-on, so you can't carry a bowling ball onto a plane.
Good.
All right.
You don't want that falling on your head.
Is that why it is?
That's what I think.
Because you're not going to use it as a weapon. It's too heavy.
Plus, it's like if you got a bowling convention and everybody gets on the plane with a bowling ball, isn't there a weight limit?
So you can check your bowling ball, but you can't bring it on a carry-on.
I would think you could check it.
I think
you can check it.
What if you're going to a tournament?
Yeah, you could check all kinds of stuff, but you don't need that on the plane.
Okay. All right. I just think the bowling ball falling out of the compartment above my head could kill somebody. I mean,
well, you know what? They usually are carried or in a case.
In a case, but if the case falls out,
well, but any luggage could fall out.
Good luck fitting that case underneath the seat.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
I would want the bowling ball underneath the seat.
I don't think it'll fit.
You know, you know how people are. They try to because I see people with 2 bags use the overhead bin.
Mm-hmm.
I look.
Oh, you get ticked off about that.
I do.
You're like, hey, use that thing in front of you. Cast iron cookware banned in carry-ons.
Well, if you
might hit somebody with a pot, is that what I'm going to do?
Meemaw's cast iron skillet been passed on through years. You don't want to lose that in luggage. You don't want to check that and let them lose the bag.
No, but it's banned in carry-ons. Why can't I put that in a carry-on? Do they think that's a weapon?
Yes.
Or is it?
How many times in that?
No one's going to use it as a weapon.
Was it the Snuffy Smith cartoon where she would always chase him with a cast iron skillet?
Probably, or the Beverly Hillbillies.
I don't know either
and
of
Granny.
those two things.
Of course you don't.
Sorry.
No. Understood.
Okay, so no cast. I don't know who's taking a cast iron cookware on a plane. And a bowling ball. You're not taking that on a plane. All right, I don't know. All right, how about this? A foam toy sword banned in carry-ons. Is that just because children can't be trusted? Because if I do
some
get bored,
kid is going to get on the seat and start just being happy, and some businessman is just not going to be
You can lose an eye. You can poke an eye out.
$10 million contract, and then the kid's hitting him with that. No, he's not going to be happy.
Bring a foam toy sword, but can you bring a plastic toy sword?
I think the plastic would be obviously way worse.
Well, let me just tell you. Remember they had those plastic whole cans?
I do remember that. Yeah, the green.
I had quite a time getting them on the plane.
Why do you have whole cans?
Oh, you had whole cans?
It was Christmas time, and my nephew, I got him some whole cans, but they made me unwrap it.
Oh, well, that was your problem. You're not supposed to take wrap.
I didn't even think about it. I just thought
funny.
I was so happy I got the whole cans, but I could see why
they made noise too. Remember?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, they were awesome.
And you know what? They did let me take them on the plane, but after that, I'm like, don't try that anymore.
How about this one? Banned from carry-on. Snow globes. Are they worried about the water in it? I think they're worried about the water.
Well, I mean,
like you're not allowed to put water in.
Yeah, but it could be a bomb.
Yeah,
it's not a bomb.
Break the snow globe, and
I'm
they're
not supposed to whisper on this show anymore.
Geez.
Yeah, they wouldn't let my friend bring me a tacky penguin one because I used to ask my friends, if you go on a trip, bring me the tackiest little tchotchke I could put on my desk. And she regularly brought me tacky stuff, but she couldn't bring the penguins back because they were in a snow globe. She said they were confiscated.
How about a cordless curling iron? It is banned only in check bag. You can't check that in a bag. I don't know.
It's because it has those lithium batteries or some kind of gas-powered fuel. It's got a
gas-powered fuel.
Yeah, there's a little butane. That's it. It's got butane.
You go to the gas station to fill up your cordless curling iron?
Well, no, but
what kind of vacation are you on where you need butane? That's camping.
I don't know.
Well, for the cordless curling iron.
I've never heard of a cordless curling iron.
I wish I hadn't gotten rid of mine. I would have brought it in and showed it to you.
Okay, well, that would have been something.
Mine was butane.
Okay. Things that are banned by the TSA. Go figure. All right, coming up next, how Iran has adopted. Why do I always say that? It's adapted. How Iran has adapted to us bombing them. Are they used to it? How are they surviving the onslaught of attacks? We're going to talk about that coming up next.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News.
Did Andy Biggs make the right call for Lieutenant Governor? We're going to talk to a Republican political strategist. I can't even say it anymore. I'm a professional, everybody. Don't try this at home.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Hey, Mr. C, it's me. Well, I just picked up the ring. I actually went to Hellsberg. Thanks for that recommendation. Kate's gonna love that hers is from the same jeweler you got Mrs. C's ring from. They were so helpful throughout the whole process. They even knew your family by name, and the ring looks great. Anyways, I just couldn't wait to let you guys know. Call me back and wish me luck.
Hellsberg, designed with care and craft since 1915. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of people listening are asking, do I have enough money to retire? So how do you help those people?
Well, Jim, the first thing I tell people is do not guess. We cash flow the retirement plan at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax using planning software like eMoney to model your income, expenses, taxes, investment withdrawals, inflation, and so forth.
Okay, so this is not just looking at how much they've saved.
Exactly. $1 million can be enough for one family and not enough for another. It depends on their cash flow model. The goal is to see whether your money can support your lifestyle, not just in year 1, but 20 or 30 years down the road.
So what should listeners do next?
They should have their retirement cash flow tested before making the retirement decision.
Find out if your retirement plan will live as long as you. Get a free portfolio review by going to AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. GLP start for free at Red Mountain Weight Loss. For a limited time, they're going to waive the startup fee on all of their programs. With Red Mountain, you get lower prices than the big telehealth companies, no hidden fees, specialized diet plans to help you succeed, and expert care from real doctors. So why pay more for less? Get the care you deserve at a price you can afford. See them in person or do it with telemed. They'll ship your medication to your door. redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Rivera, Senior Marketing Manager with Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. In my own family, my son was diagnosed with leukemia. He's now doing great, all thanks to the wonderful medical care of PCH. Call 602-933-4567. You can also text GIVE to 620-620. The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
All of the data that's collected will be viewed only by the Tempe Police Department.
City of Tempe no longer is sharing data from automatic license plate reading cameras with other police departments. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live now in the news center to explain why.
ALPR technology such as flock cameras tell police where vehicles are moving as they're spotted by those cameras. In recent days, Apache Junction and Chandler Police have both reported issues of officers misusing those camera systems. Now, Tempe Mayor Corey Woods says they won't automatically give their data to other Valley law enforcement agencies.
If someone needs data, they can obviously contact the police department and specifically request it if there's a good or a compelling reason to do so.
The mayor also said Tempe will not renew their current contract with Flock and may find a new vendor, though Woods says city audits have not found any issues with officers' use of the technology. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
As Valley Metro gears up to extend the light rail 10 miles west down Indian School Road, they're seeking community input to help shape the project. Juliana Vasquez-Keating with Valley Metro says feedback's important in these early phases of planning and design.
So we're looking at, how many stations there'll be, how many park and rides we might need to build. And we really just want to hear from the community on what their priorities are. So that'll help build our plans.
She encourages community members and small business owners to voice their comments and concerns at one of 3 open houses Valley Metro will be hosting to discuss the project. And if you'd like to find out more about those and about the extension, just go to valleymetro.org/West Phoenix. Anthropic is rolling out a new way to identify if something has been generated by artificial intelligence. Here's ABC's Mike Dubusky.
Anthropic says it's going to weave new watermarks into every bit of text its AI models generate. The specialized code is invisible to the human eye and is meant to flag to computers that the text was either made entirely with AI or modified in some way using the technology. It comes after the European Union's AI Act took effect earlier this month, which fines companies for not labeling AI-generated content.
Time to head on down the road. Let's get a little help from Troy Barrett and the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We do have a crash blocking part of the mini stack interchange ramp on I-10 westbound near Jefferson Street. We also have a crash on the right shoulder of westbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway near 56th Street. Eastbound US 60, we have a crash there near Mill Avenue. And on the surface streets, we have a crash with a vehicle fire, 35th Avenue and Buckeye. Also a crash at 48th Street in McDowell and McClintock, just north of Rio Salado Parkway. We have a crash there as well. Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
Tonight, cloudy, a low temp of 84, 20% chance of some showers. Tomorrow, we're going to be around 99. We should be about there on Thursday, too. And partly cloudy skies both days with a 40% chance of rain overnight tomorrow. Right now, it's 99 and Carefree. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's LaDonna. How not to be the pig in the latest pig butchering scam. And other nonsense that's meant to separate you from your money. That's tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Hey, at this time tomorrow, the face-off. We'll be talking politics. Can't exactly tell you exactly what we're going to talk about at 5:30, but I'm thinking Iran could be there. Certainly the president's new vaccination plan. That's somebody I want to listen to when it comes to shots. So make sure that you're here at 5 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll bring you the face-off. Gail is in for Bruce. Gail, am I the only one who doesn't know who Jackie the Eagle is?
Yes, I believe you are.
Okay, so I don't know how I missed this phenomenon. So it started during COVID, okay, and I guess everybody started to watch it's a real eagle, and the eagle is known as Jackie, and it gained worldwide fame during the COVID pandemic. Were we that bored that we wanted to watch an eagle sit on a nest? That's crazy.
Well, think about all the bad news we were getting. I mean, over 1 million people died from the pandemic. Let's relive
So we were
that.
looking for something.
We were looking for, because we would get daily death numbers, and we didn't know where it was going. We didn't have a vaccine yet. We were worried.
Disaster.
We were worried, and
you know what I did? I watched Little House on the Prairie every morning.
Little House on the
Yeah,
Prairie.
I needed something totally. I needed Laura Ingalls and something totally Pollyanna before I had to come in here and talk about all the bad news.
People were baking bread. We had special hours at the grocery store so seniors wouldn't be exposed to the rest of us.
So that's why they watched an eagle.
And so this is something that people could watch on the air that wasn't political, that wasn't scary.
All right. Well, Jackie died.
Well, yes, because
Jackie's dead.
Like live streaming is a really big thing in the animal kingdom. There's like you could watch Earth Cam of bears and Katmai and everything else.
I've never heard of this.
But Jackie and Shadow, her most recent partner, they lived in a nest where people would live stream and watch them. They would watch them defend the nest. They would watch them, raise their eaglets. And it was
seems like a lot of downtime.
There is a lot of downtime.
Like you're watching that for like 2 hours, and Jackie hasn't moved.
Sometimes they have clips. They're like, in case you missed it, look what happened when a crow wandered into the area, or another raptor, came in the area and challenged for the nest.
All right, so here's the story. There's a bald eagle named Jackie, and I guess a ton of people were watching. I got a bunch of texts from friends. You're going to talk about the Jackie story. I go, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, come on.
I didn't know what this was.
Well, you may not have known the name, but did you know that there was a live stream of eagles?
I don't think so.
Because there are multiple eagle cams and bird cams and bear cams. In the winter, you could watch a bear hibernate and all that stuff.
No, I don't want to watch that stuff.
It's interesting to look at for a little while.
I don't like it. Anyway, Jackie got in a fight on the ground with other eagles.
Yes.
Okay.
There were two. It was 2-on-1.
It was 2-on-1. It was terrible.
Yes.
So Jackie, the eagle, is trying to defend herself by rolling on her back and slashing at them with her. I think they call them. Is it talons?
Yes.
Oh, I learned something. There you go. It's sharp, right?
You do not want to be at the other end of those.
No. Now, apparently, she wasn't necessarily injured there, but she was unable to fly away. So I don't know how she wasn't injured. But anyway, so
she had another illness, though. She had internal issues.
But does Jackie have a camera around her neck? How do we know where this thing is fighting?
The camera's nearby. They have trail cams.
Okay, I didn't know that there were cameras all over the place watching one bird. I did not know that.
Well, somebody captured it.
Right. So Jackie's unable to fly. Jackie is on the ground and rescued by park workers.
Yes.
And taken to a center, a wildlife rehab center.
Yes.
Hundreds of miles away from her little eaglets. Okay. And so she went under this, Jackie did the medical treatment, and the fans were tracking all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then they found that, Jackie had, bad kidneys and severe anemia.
She had all kinds of tests.
She had a lot of bad stuff going on.
She had all the tests and no copays.
No copays.
Because there's a group of people that support this and help out and donate. So it wasn't like, your tax money went to this. It was, people were helping out.
All right. And then she died and the whole world went crazy.
It's sad.
People, I get it. I wasn't invested.
She's the symbol of America. She's a bald eagle. She's a bald eagle.
Okay.
Come on. She raised babies. We watched her raise babies. And
I do believe
her babies just first took flight in June, her most recent eaglets.
Yeah. And there were a couple of different suitors. She's quite the hussy.
She is not a hussy.
Well, I'm just saying. One was Shadow.
Stop shaming her.
I'm not shaming her.
That's regular animal behavior.
Oh, you pick one.
Well, in the animal kingdom, the boy bird has to dance, he has to dress up. It's that boy that's doing all the costume changes and the wooing.
The wooing.
So, if and they fight each other to have the chance to woo.
There's fighting before the main event?
How many
watch birds.
animal fights?
I don't know.
How many animal fights have we seen where the boys go after each other to get mating rights?
All right. And so where were there eggs in the nest that
she had two babies that just learned to fly in June.
You really know your stuff here.
Well, it's been online. Poor thing.
It's terrible.
Sad that now they're just going out into the world.
It is awful.
And mom's gone and Shadow's alone.
I don't know if I'm going to sleep well tonight after listening to
You'll
this story.
sleep just fine unless there's another thunderstorm.
So the other thing about this is apparently, like, one of the office managers that took the Jackie in was sent like thousands of dollars in letters and donations.
Look at that. Like, how do you think they're paying for this?
I don't know.
The MRIs and all the stuff she got.
You could give an eagle an MRI. That's fantastic.
You could give a lot of things.
Don't you have to sit still during an MRI? I can't see an eagle sitting still.
I think they
in that big tube.
I think it's sleepy time for Bonzo when they do that.
Oh, they put you to sleep.
Yeah, like lions when they get their teeth cleaned. They're asleep.
Okay. I didn't know we cleaned the teeth of lions. I didn't know that was taking place.
Zoo animals are cared for.
Okay. So now what do we watch on TV? We can't watch this
There's
thing.
the Cat My Bear Cam.
I don't know what that is. I don't think I want to know. Show's almost over. I don't know if I could take this.
No, it's a bear cam that they have in Alaska.
A bear
at the
cam.
Katmai Falls. And it's the Katmai National Park, and they have a camera where you can watch the bears.
I don't want to watch bears.
You can watch them look at that. They're sitting in the water. Look, Gatos, they're sitting in the water.
It's a dangerous animal.
And you could see them you could see the salmon going up river, and they catch them and they eat them.
Okay, I don't
look at it. He's taking a bath. Look at all of them.
I understand watching Shark Week, but I don't necessarily. I don't get watching a bald eagle sit on an egg.
Explore.org right there.
Understand.
Look at that. Look at all the bears. That's a live camera.
All right.
In Alaska.
All right, well,
isn't that fascinating?
Hey, to each their own.
I love it. I love it.
Their own.
It's so peaceful. It's like watching fish.
Yeah, I don't want to do that either. It's just me.
It's like a fish tank.
Yeah, I don't like that.
It's like a giant fish tank, but with bears.
All right. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit about Iran. On the Strait of Hormuz, we had an attack. We sent a missile out. We hit somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And why did we do that? Is that like the next escalation of the war? We're going to talk about that. It's all coming up next. Gail Bass is in for Bruce Outspoken on KTAR. All right, let's talk about a great family-owned company. Let's talk about a company that I had out to my house just a couple of weeks ago. I wanted to get the AC checked out. And so, you got to be careful who you hire these days, right? Because before you hire any air conditioning company, you want to know who you're doing business with. So when I talk to you about Hanson Family Air Conditioning and Plumbing, this is a family-owned company. It is a veteran-owned company. And they've served Phoenix since 2013. And they give you the family touch, which I think a lot of air conditioning companies are missing these days. Like when you call, right, and you make an appointment, 602-609-7161. A lot of times when you're talking AC companies, you're not talking to somebody in Arizona. But when you call Hanson, you're dealing with people who live here, who work here, and they care for this community. They want to make sure that you're taken care of. And so their technicians never pressure you into expensive repairs. They offer upfront pricing, same-day appointments when available. It's hot out there. They know they got to get to your house fast. HansonFamilyPlumbing.com. You can experience the difference of a family-owned company, all right? Obviously, they do air conditioning, and obviously they do plumbing, and these are my go-to guys. 602-609-7161. Hanson Family Air Conditioning and Plumbing, where customers come first and 5-star service is a family tradition.
Join us for Giveathon Week, August 17th through the 21st. Arizona's kids need you, and we're going to rock the Train phone bank with your help. The Giveathon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Why Refi.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, get early access to our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and in Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch, the movement, the play. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I trust the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz is the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to keep the pros seeing their best. LASIK is quick, with fast recovery and proven results. And if LASIK's not for you, there are other great options. Schedule your free consultation at teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. They say don't wait until something happens to start planning, but that's what most families do. It's not just about paperwork, but it's about the people. And if you're not sure where to begin, take our 2-minute Legacy Readiness Quiz. It's fast, it's private, and it might be the most important 120 seconds that you spend this year. Start now at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
KTAR News Flash.
546, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Some stunning details about an elaborate deception to protect President Trump.
The Washington Post reports when the president departed the NATO summit in Turkey last month, the plane that the world watched him board took off without him. It all came after a credible Iranian threat against the president, which he spoke about during the summit.
They want to take out the U.S. leader, me. I'm on every list.
The ruse was so complete, reporters on Air Force One had no idea the president was not on board. They were ordered to keep the window shades closed, and the plane's tracking systems were switched off.
That's ABC's Karen Hua. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Checking traffic for us now, Troy Barrett in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you. We are stacking up the crashes this afternoon. We have a crash on the ramp that takes you from I-10 westbound over to eastbound Red Mountain Loop 202. We have a crash on the left shoulder of northbound Loop 101 Agua Fria Freeway near the Cardinals Stadium. A crash blocking part of the mini stack interchange ramp on I-10 westbound near Jefferson Street. And a crash on the right shoulder of westbound Loop 101 Pima Freeway near 56th Street. As we head over to the surface streets, we have a crash 91st Avenue and Camelback, 7th Street north of I-17, and McClintock just north of Rio Salado Parkway. Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
It's the time of year when we all start talking about independence, but financial independence? That's something you build, not something that just arrives on a particular day. Trajan Wealth helps you put the pieces together, your investments, your taxes, your estate plan, all working as one. You can call Trajan Wealth at 855-TRAJAN-1 and take the first step toward a plan that's actually built around your life. You see, the advisors at Trajan Wealth work as a coordinated team, investment, taxes, and estate planning, all under one roof. It's a plan built around your life, not the other way around. Again, find out more information and go to TrajanWealth.com. That's TrajanWealth.com, or call and make an appointment today. There's no obligation. It's 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Summer's almost over, but with a new Toyota from Toyota's National Sales Event, you can turn your end of summer scaries into end of summer woes. In the mood for some elevated dining? Pack a picnic into a 4Runner and hit up a stunning mountain vista.
Whoa!
Haul a bouncy castle in a Tundra and get crowned the coolest dad at the park.
Whoa! I'm king of the castle!
Drive a Tacoma to the lake to go wakeboarding. Whoa! That was awesome air. Let's go again. or take a BZ to an amusement park with friends. Keep your woes going this summer in a new Toyota.
Event ends August 31st. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Governor Hobbs made her pick for lieutenant governor tonight at 6 on Arizona's Evening News. We'll get reaction from our political strategists and find out if she made the right or wrong decision. Watch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
All right, Gail is in for Bruce. The war in Iran. So we had a U.S. military helicopter fire at a ship sailing in the Gulf of Oman, and apparently that crew ignored warnings about the naval blockade that we've got set up. And so they tried to squeeze through, and we said, you're not doing that. So we said, all right, how big a deal is this? Because we know Iran has fired on vessels. And so the U.S., we fired on a vessel today. We asked our military analyst, retired U.S. Army Major Mike Lyons, what exactly happened today? This is what he told us.
It was a ship coming towards Iran. It wasn't trying to sneak Iranian oil out. The MV Villanova fired upon, disabled, and who knows what it was trying to bring inside of Iran, electronic equipment, goods, and services. Who knows? But it's part of the siege. That military mission right now is a siege, which is just surrounding them, blockading, making sure nothing goes in and out. So the straits remain closed for all practical purposes from our perspective, from their side. And they say it's closed because of what they could possibly do if we try to move oil and services out. Now, the countries that are involved inside the Gulf are looking for other venues. I mean, Saudi Arabia can ship oil to the Red Sea going, due west. Oman's kind of try to do the same. But for all practical purposes, the siege is on and the straits remain closed.
Is the blockade working?
Well, I think if you look at it from a numbers perspective, it is. I mean, it's over 50 ships that have been redirected. Only 3 have been fired upon like this, that they tried to run it.
All right. So he says the blockade is working. I don't know what we're doing over there. I know it's been an unmitigated disaster since the very beginning. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know why we're still there.
For you, what would a win look like?
I don't think you can win.
For you, what would a good exit look like?
Any exit.
I mean, at this point in
I don't care.
In this point in the American psyche, have we since Vietnam and Afghanistan and everything else, have we changed from winning like we did decisively in World War II and World War I to where, any way we can get out of this, we'll take it?
Well, I just think it's gone poorly.
Do we look for different types of wins now?
Maybe, but you tell me. Okay, so I guess the question is, tell me one win that we've gotten while we've been in Iran.
Well, Ayatollah's gone.
And his worst son has taken over. So, I mean, I'm glad that the first Ayatollah is dead. He was a horrible terrorist. Okay, good.
And some of his cronies are gone.
I get it, and they were bad people, but there are plenty more bad people. So I don't really see that as anything. We're not going to take their uranium. We're not getting arms to the Iranian people. We're not helping them at all. We said we would. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. I don't think we're getting anything done.
And I mean,
nothing.
Nobody wins with the Strait of Hormuz closed. We
Correct.
don't, and Iran doesn't.
Right, and Iran is even doing like they're talking to other countries about reopening it, and they're saying, hey, the only thing standing in the way of the Strait of Hormuz reopening is America. And so, okay, so now are we going to be blamed by the rest of the world that we're the ones keeping it closed? Because, I can hear the White House rhetoric, oh, it's open. Well, that's a lie. It's not open. 5 ships went through there over the last few days. Hundreds go through each and every day when it's open. So it's certainly not open. We're certainly not in control of it. But we did nail someone who tried to sneak through it.
A Panamanian vessel.
Yeah, but Iran's going to do the same thing. And so...
Because we all know Panama is a major player in the Middle East.
I don't know.
Sarcasm implied.
You mentioned, like what would look like a win. I think we're past that. I mean, I don't see any win. Gas
Well, I'm
prices are
wondering
up.
if,
The world economy is hurting.
I'm just wondering if the American people are looking for a decisive win.
There's no decisive win here. There is no way we get a decisive win.
I don't think we expect it at this point. We just want. I think most
70%
people want it
want
done.
out. So again, I just think you claim victory and give Trump his you did so good when we know that's all BS, and we just get out. Get out. That's something we're going to talk about in the face-off tomorrow in the 5 o'clock hour. Gail, you'll be here.
Yes, I will.
We'll have some fun.
I'm bringing the popcorn because there will be fireworks,
Let's
folks.
do this. It's going to be fun. The face-off at 5 tomorrow. But we got Arizona's evening news coming up next. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
It looks amazing. It looks like a Teflon coating on there.
We're very excited that we don't ever have to paint again.
Phoenix, if you don't want to spend your summers painting, then do what your neighbors did. They called Rhino Shield.
We chose it because of the fact that we saw a house that had done it, and I just went, that's something I'd like to have done to my house.
Rhino Shield is a ceramic coating formulated for our specific climate right here in Phoenix.
I would highly recommend Rhino Shield. You can't beat the 25-year transferable warranty, by the way.
Let me put it this way, I haven't had any complaints, and as the president of the association, that's the best part.
Right now, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
For anybody that's skeptical about putting Rhino Shield on your house, take a real close look at it. The warranty, 25 years, is something I just don't think you can beat.
Stop wasting your summers on painting. Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets and precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Walt Phillips right here on KTAR, 12 p.m. Sunday afternoons. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Walt is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in for Walt's Insights and The Gold Show this Sunday afternoon at noon.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Tombstone Tactical doing it again. They've got manufacturer sales every weekend through August, Friday through Sunday, ammo all weekend too. Giveaway, Henry Hush 30-30 lever action, PWS suppressor, and a loopholed optic. That's $3,300 total. They're giving it away, no purchase necessary. Also, buy, sell, and trade firearms. They also will trade up. It is a great way to save a bunch of money. Located on the southbound frontage road of the I-17 between Peoria and Dunlap, or online, tombstonetactical.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. and happy 50th.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I'm Javier Soto. When something changes in the Valley, ABC 15 helps you understand what it means for you with dedicated reporters in your community listening to your concerns. Join us weeknights at 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Tuesday evening. It is 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
And I'm Joe Huizenga. Tonight,
economic revitalization is coming for tribes in the Four Corners region. I'm Heidi Hommel.
And will we see more rough weather around the valley tonight? Stay tuned and we'll find out. But first, let's take you to the roads. Make sure you get home safe. Here is Troy Barrett, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Joe. We got a crash on the ramp that takes you from I-10 westbound to eastbound Red Mountain Loop 202. I-10 eastbound, we have a crash at 91st Avenue as well. On the surface streets, crashes at 90th Street in Shea, 91st Avenue in Camelback, as well as 7th Street just north of I-17. This traffic report is brought to you by Mist America, Arizona's leader in premier outdoor cooling. Text MIST to 620-620 for a 10% off Gatos special. Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
Well, tonight, the chance of rain and storms, only 20%. Partly cloudy skies, and we're going to be in the mid-80s for the low overnight. Tomorrow, again, a 20% chance of showers, but that increases to a 40% chance by tomorrow night. Our high tomorrow, only around 99. In Phoenix right now, it is 100 degrees. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
Last night, we saw more stormy weather here in the valley, and we're not done yet. The storms brought dust, heavy rain, all kinds of precipitation to parts of the valley. But Chris Coleman with the National Weather Service says they weren't nearly as strong as Sunday nights.
Oh no, it wasn't nearly as bad. Rainfall amounts varied. As you know, like the East Valley pretty much got nothing, but Central Phoenix, there were reports of third of an inch, even up to 1 inch near Glendale, and then Buckeye got another storm that was half an inch rain.
Well, Coleman says he expects tonight to be mostly quiet, but Wednesday is likely going to bring more widespread and consistent storms across the valley.
Avondale police confirming today the identities of the two bodies that were found buried in a Litchfield Park backyard. And they confirm they are Hector and Larissa Flores, the parents of alleged suspect Matthew Flores, who's accused of killing and burying the couple before fleeing the country.
Matthew Flores is now considered a suspect in this missing persons investigation.
At an Avondale PD briefing today, it was announced U.S. Marshals are now leading an international manhunt for Flores.
A lot of misinformation is out there. These cameras are about vehicles.
That's Trevor Chandler, the public affairs director for the Flock Camera Company. He joined the Mike Broomhead Show to say that the cameras are nothing more than a tool for law enforcement.
There is no facial recognition. There's no personal records connected like a DMV record. It is about helping police have a tangible piece of evidence to help solve crime.
Chandler adds that Flock cameras helped find over 10,000 missing people last year. Chandler, Tempe, Apache Junction, they're among Valley cities who've decided not to renew their contracts with Flock, and Apache Junction and Chandler both say that the cameras were misused by employees.
Eyes on Education.
The Arizona Department of Health Services reminding parents and teachers about the risks associated with extreme heat as students return to school.
The department is warning teachers and coaches about the ongoing heat warnings in the state this month, encouraging educators to keep their students safe and hydrated during any outdoor activities. The department stressed that children and teenagers are at a higher risk of heat-related illness, highlighting some warning signs to look out for, such as muscle spasms, heavy sweating, dizziness, or nausea. For physical activities outdoors, the department recommends scheduling sports or recess in the early morning before peak heat hours. If that's not possible, students should take breaks in shaded, air-conditioned spaces. Shira Tanser, KTAR News.
You can read more education solution stories at ktar.com/education.
The prediction market Kalshi is facing another major lawsuit from a flight tracking company now.
FlightAware is suing Kalshi, alleging the prediction market is violating the company's terms of service. The flight tracker says Kalshi is using data from its website to allow people to wager on whether or not a flight will be canceled. That's despite Kalshi entering into a binding agreement not to use FlightAware's data for commercial purposes, according to FlightAware's lawsuit. They add that Kalshi continued doing so even after FlightAware asked them to stop. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
ABC News reached out to Kalshi for comment.
Checking Wall Street today, tensions over the Strait of Hormuz pushed oil prices higher and weighed down investor sentiment. So the Dow dropped 184 points and finished out today at 53,791. The NASDAQ was down 159 points and the S&P down 25. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs signed a state tribal memorandum of understanding with the Navajo and Hopi tribes to revitalize the economy in the Four Corners region. What's that look like? Let's check in with KTAR News reporter Heidi Hommel. Good evening, Heidi. And Governor Hobbs says that the regional economy is slowed due to closures of the Mojave and Navajo generating stations and the Kayenta mine. So what's the plan for those workers now?
So, yeah, the Navajo generating station and the Kayenta mine closed in 2019 and lost a ton of jobs with it. 700 direct jobs on the Navajo Nation lost, 3,000 indirect jobs, $50 million in annual revenue losses for the Navajo Nation. And then for the Hopi tribe, it was 1,900 total jobs and an 85% reduction in total revenue. So this memorandum of understanding is really meant to get more state resources to the Four Corners region and start to come up with a plan on how to create job growth with tribal workers in that area.
Is it fair to say there's still a number of steps to go in this process? I mean, they're in agreement, these workers from the generating stations and the mine need jobs, obviously, and they want to get them employment, but I'm guessing they don't know exactly what this is going to look like right now?
Yeah, so there's a couple different options, and they don't know what it's going to look like. You could clean up the Navajo generating station, the Kayenta mine that closed. You know, that would create some jobs. You can also develop them into renewable energy projects on tribal lands. That's kind of been talked about because it was a coal mine and then a coal generating station. It would take some time, but it could be converted into a solar plant. Or worker transition programs, but once again, I don't know what the jobs would be in that area. And then tourism was mentioned several times during today's event, and I think they really want to attract more tourism to northern Arizona, kind of having the tribes be, you know, what's the allure to go there.
So basically the understanding here is we're going to take some more steps, we're going to figure this out, but we're going to make sure that these people who lost jobs have jobs down the road.
Yeah, exactly. And work together on it. Collaboration was a big focus as well.
So the governor's campaign announced today that former Mesa Mayor John Giles is going to be her lieutenant governor pick. And you were out with the governor today. Did Governor Hobbs comment on this at all?
No mention
Nothing.
of it. No.
She didn't bring it up at all.
No, and it wasn't official office events, you know, in her capacity as the governor. I know other elected officials who, if they're, you know, working in their elected capacity, they're not allowed to talk about their reelection campaign.
Gotcha.
Keep it separate. No, she's done that before. You know, she addressed it at an event she had last week when we first saw the news leaked from the New York Times that it could be former Mesa Mayor John Giles, and she addressed it a little bit, but no, did not come up at all today. So it will be interesting the next time she's out and about and she takes questions from reporters, what she has to say for herself about it.
She did a video, though.
Yeah,
right,
she did put out a video talking about why he was her pick. And you guys are going to have on Stacey Pearson later on in the show to talk about it.
And Wes Gullett.
Okay, I'm excited to hear what they have to say.
All right. Thanks, Heidi. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up in just a few minutes, like Heidi just mentioned, Governor Hobbs announced her lieutenant governor pick. We're going to get reaction from Stacey Pearson, political strategist, and find out if her campaign tone is matching the campaign's actions.
This week, we bring you a special education series looking at why we have so many teacher vacancies in Arizona. You can read our special coverage at KTAR.com, and you can listen in every morning on Arizona's Morning News right here at 92.3 FM on the app or the KTAR YouTube channel. KTAR News Time is 6:08. You know, it's a fact of life. Our loved ones who are facing a life-limiting illness often need help that we just can't give them alone. And that's where hospice comes in. It's caring, compassionate care for those who are going through this. Let me recommend to you the hospice provider that we used for my mom, Uplift Hospice. All hospice providers are not the same. Now, trust me on this. There are hundreds out there, so choose wisely. Uplift was recommended to me, and now I'm recommending them to you. And Uplift was recently honored as Best Hospice Care in the Valley for 2026 by readers of Phoenix Magazine. Here's why. Their caregivers will come in. They get to know your loved one, exactly what they need, their meds. They answer questions carefully. They're there when you need them. It's personal care, and that makes a difference. My mom, for instance, fell the very day we signed up with Uplift. They were there straight away. Uplift provides hospice services where your loved one is, not in a facility, but in their home or your home, a nursing facility or a group home, wherever they live. Uplift will be there, and Medicare covers hospice care. UpliftHospice.com. That's their website, UpliftHospice.com. I encourage you to check them out today for your loved one who needs them.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
We're going to give you $2,500 right now in front of your class.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
It's Gatos. Have you seen the fancy ads with celebrities talking about GLP-1 medications for weight loss? Those telehealth companies talk a big game, but you'll get more for your money at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Here's why. Their prices are lower with no hidden fees. They give you a specialized diet plan to help you succeed. You'll get coaching from real doctors to manage side effects, maintain muscle mass, and help with a maintenance plan once you've reached your goals. Look, your health is too important to compromise, so why pay more for less? And for a limited time, you can start for free when you mention Gatos. Red Mountain Weight Loss will waive your startup fee on any program. You can't afford to miss this. Come see them in person. Book your consult from the comfort of your home or office via telemed, and they'll ship your medication directly to your door. Get the care you deserve at a price you can afford, and get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain, and tell them Gato sent you.
Hey, we've said it, and now Ranking Arizona confirms it. America Roofing #1, ranked #1, the top roofing contractor 2026. Yep, what an honor for Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide, because home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Costa Galvisi. Book the best at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Ranking Arizona's #1 roofing company. Even better, get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
5 years ago, I started as an apprentice, and now I'm a licensed electrician at the Resolution Mine. Every morning that I go down in the mine is still a thrill. The work is challenging, it pays well, and I like being part of the clean energy economy. EVs, solar panels, every new technology needs copper, and we can provide it right here.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
This is Jim Sharp. A new poll shows barely half of Americans have confidence the midterm elections will be conducted fairly. But here's what's weird. Almost as many Democrats have their doubts as Republicans. Join LaDonna Harvey and me on Arizona's Morning News on KTAR's YouTube or on the KTAR News app.
It's 6:13. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga here with Becky Lynn.
How many undecided Arizonans are moved by Governor Hobbs' lieutenant governor choice? We're going to hear from a political strategist next. But first, we are going to get you on down the road tonight. Troy Barrett is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We do have a crash blocking the right lane. This is going to be I-10 eastbound near 91st Avenue. And on the surface streets, we have crashes 90th Street in Shea, 91st Avenue in Camelback, Buckeye Road just west of Avondale Boulevard, and Grand Avenue north of Bell. Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
Take a look at the weather for tonight. Going to be about 85 degrees with a 20% chance of thunderstorms this evening. Tomorrow, partly sunny, high right around 100 for most of the valley. Sure, it's going to be humid, though. 20% chance of showers early in the day tomorrow. Then in the evening, that chance of showers doubles to about 40%. And overnight, it's going to be mostly cloudy with a low around 82. Right now in Gilbert, 99 degrees. Weather's brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
Last week it was rumored. Today, Governor Katie Hobbs announcing her choice for lieutenant governor as former Mesa Mayor John Giles. And here to share her thoughts now on this pick, we welcome Stacey Pearson, political strategist and co-founder of Lumen Strategies. Hey, Stacey. Why did Governor Hobbs go with the former Mesa mayor?
Look, this is Big Tent politics at its best. We have the largest voting bloc in Maricopa County being independent. And this pick allows independents who have lost faith in the two-party system to find someone to vote for, not just someone to vote against.
Stacey, Giles mentioned in his campaign announcement with the governor that he was a lifelong Republican before becoming an independent because, as he put it, extremists shouldn't stand in the way of getting things done. So how does labeling the GOP as standing with a pedophile cult, calling them extremists, how does that mesh with this ticket's message of bringing people together, working with the other side of the aisle to deliver results for Arizona?
So I think very much he is referring to specific issues, one being the insurrection, another being Andy Biggs's protection of legitimate pedophiles in Colorado City. I mean, Andy Biggs, when he was in the legislature, did not hear a bill that would have prevented additional abuse to children in northern Arizona. And so he's speaking very specifically to those issues. That said, this is a guy who is a lifelong or was a lifelong Republican who put his state and his country first. He didn't back Kari Lake. He didn't back the right-wing extremism that we're dealing with. And I would portend that he wouldn't back Democrats who were too far to the left.
I think you're right about that. He did back Kamala Harris, though. You do know that.
He did.
He did.
He did.
So, Stacey, last week we heard the tease. The New York Times first reported it, and it was out there that she was going to choose Giles, and then she doesn't announce it until today. Was he not locked in, or was that a strategic move?
I think for something as boring as an administrative pick, who really has never had, like this position hasn't existed until just now, until this, folks were talking about it all week. And it was a very interesting way to vet a candidate and to see what the temperature is. I mean, I don't know if it was strategic or if it was just the way the cards fell, but it worked out great. And folks got to test the concept, got to talk about it. The socials were on fire over it. I mean, some thought it was a great pick. Others thought this was a guy who was never a Republican. John Giles from Mesa, Arizona, former mayor, has always been a Republican. And he has also put the state and the country over the party.
The Hobbs camp said a couple weeks ago that they were not going to debate Andy Biggs. But I did see on the schedule coming up, there is a lieutenant governor debate. Do you think that Sina Kerr and John Giles are going to appear on a debate stage? Will they take each other on?
Maybe. I mean, that is not, I don't know about what the schedule is, but it could be. I mean, it's super interesting. And despite the governor not debating the challenger, she is appearing with him in public. I mean, they have a public safety forum in 2 weeks that they'll be on they'll be together at. And so certainly she's not going to argue with a guy who's still wearing a tinfoil hat and claiming that the 2020 election was stolen. If the lieutenant governors want to sit down and talk about policy and debate about policy, great.
What percentage of Arizona voters do you think are undecided right now as we head into November?
0.03%. I mean, I really think folks, I really think folks are locked in. And one of the biggest issues that we were worried about as Democrats is whether or not people were apathetic. We being the smallest party in the state, behind independents, behind Republicans, we needed folks to show up. And the situation we're in right now, this big tent approach, it gives moderate Republicans, it gives McCain Republicans, it gives those folks, independents, a group to vote for. And so I think it injects some enthusiasm, additional enthusiasm. We saw it in the primary when there weren't any particularly challenged races in Arizona. Democrats still had really good turnout. Republicans' turnout was a bit depressed. I think this is all trending in the right direction.
So, Stacey, if you think 0.03%, a very small percent, let's just say a small number of Arizonans are really undecided, what do you think we see over the next couple months out of these campaigns? Do they also feel like Arizonans mostly have their mind made up and we don't really see fireworks? We just see a traditional kind of campaign play out here over the next few months. No surprises, no real, no fireworks?
I think what we're going to see is the fruits of the governor's labor in fundraising making the difference. I mean, regardless of their positions on policies, you need money to be able to tell voters what you did and what you're going to do. And Governor Hobbs absolutely has the financial advantage here. And Seneca doesn't necessarily bring any fundraising prowess to this table. She hasn't worked on a national stage. She wasn't speaking at the DNC. She doesn't have Democrats who appreciated the courage it took to get death threats for crossing party lines. I mean, this is, I think what it's going to come down to now is money. And I can't turn on my television right now without seeing a Katie Hobbs ad.
That is true. She's out there. Stacey Pearson, political strategist, co-founder of Lumen Strategies. Thank you for your insight.
Thanks.
Coming up, what effect did the Red for Ed movement have on the teacher retention crisis in Arizona schools? We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story, plus another check on traffic. KTAR News Time, 6:21.
Listen during Giveathon Week for Phoenix Children's Stories of Hope, presented by Madame E. Homes.
You're not qualified to fix any of it, but you know that your way that you love that child is going to get you there. You can't just stop because it gets hard. It can't stop. You don't stop. You just go.
The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's is presented by Your Valley Hyundai Dealers and Y Refi.
Hey guys, Dave Ramsey here. Have you opened your electric bill yet this summer? In Phoenix, electric bills can hit hard. And if your home has old windows and doors, it probably seems like you're paying enough to cool the entire neighborhood. That's why I recommend my friends at Window World. You see, replacing old windows is one of those smart upgrades that can actually help lower your power bill while making your home more comfortable during these brutal Arizona summers. And here's what I like about Window World. They keep it simple. No high-pressure sales tactics or confusing special discounts. Just beautiful, energy-efficient windows, patio doors, and entry doors at a guaranteed low upfront price. And they come with a true lifetime warranty. Get started today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Thinking about senior living? I'm Jamie West, and here's the best advice you'll get. Talk to people who already live there. Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix has a resident panel coming up soon. You can talk to residents, ask questions, hear real experiences, and enjoy a complimentary brunch. Find out why Beatitudes campus is a senior community like no other. Reserve your seat by texting RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply. Nobody wants to think about their toilet until they have to. A weak flush, water that runs on its own, or low water levels in your bowl, your toilet is telling you something. Ignore it long enough, and it becomes a costly repair. Parker & Sons offers a toilet tune-up for just $89. A full inspection that catches small issues before they turn into big ones. And if anything needs fixing while we're there, the $89 fee is waived. Call or text 602-2REPAIR and get your toilet tune-up scheduled with Parker & Sons today.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Tuesday evening. It is 6:26. I'm Becky Lynn.
And I'm Joe Huizinga. Tonight, what's caused Arizona's teacher retention crisis to get as bad as it is? Plus, more missiles flying in the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to hit on those stories, and we're going to make sure you get home safe. Right now, here is Troy Barrett, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Joe. We have a crash blocking the right lane, I-10 eastbound near 91st Avenue. Also a crash blocking the intersection of the US 60 eastbound near Country Club. Be on the lookout for emergency vehicles responding there. On the surface streets, we have crashes on Kyrene and Guadalupe in Tempe, Grand Avenue and Bell Road, as well as 91st Avenue in Camelback. Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
We might get a little break from the storms tonight. There's a 20% chance of rain and thunderstorms. You never know. 20% chance is there. We're going to be partly cloudy and in the mid-80s overnight. Tomorrow, that 20% chance of showers continues through the day. Our high should be right at 99 to 100 degrees, but the chance of rain overnight Wednesday increases to a 40% chance. Tollison checking in with 98 degrees. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
Eyes on Education.
Okay, I guess I'll let him finish talking first.
So we know what's going on.
Well, that's big voice guy. Got to let him go. The Red for Ed movement and the pandemic have had lasting impacts on Arizona teachers and the retention crisis.
Arizona teachers make an average of $64,000 a year, $7,000 below the minimum living wage for the state. Officials and teachers themselves have said salary is one of the reasons they leave the classroom. But in 2018, the state's educators took to the streets with the Red for Ed movement, pushing for a 20% boost in pay, and won. So why didn't that fix the problem?
We were so low that even though in many cases that increase was significant, it moved us from like way, way, way down to way down.
That's Peter Boyle, Senior Director for Education at the Center for the Future of Arizona. He says COVID was also a huge factor. Many teachers left the classroom while school was held online. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
To read more about the teacher retention crisis, head to ktar.com/education.
As Valley Metro gears up to extend the light rail 10 miles west down Indian School Road, they're seeking community input to help shape that project. Juliana Vasquez-Keating with Valley Metro says feedback is important in these early phases of planning and design.
So we're looking at, how many stations there'll be, how many park and rides we might need to build. And we really just want to hear from the community on what their priorities are. So that'll help build our plans.
She encourages community members and small business owners to voice their comments and concerns at one of 3 open houses Valley Metro will be hosting to discuss the project. You can learn more about the extension by going to valleymetro.org/West Phoenix.
A vessel trying to get around the U.S. blockade of Iran was disabled by the United States today. And has that blockade been effective? Well, retired U.S. Army Major and military analyst Mike Lyons tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos it has.
And we've got eyes on everything. So I think it is. It's putting economic pressure on the Iranians. We're seeing their misery index is up. I mean, it feels like the president is deciding to try to just, again, like a siege, just let them kind of choke out and see what happens.
Lyons says that while the siege of Iran continues, the Strait of Hormuz is for all practical purposes closed.
Storms have brought not just dust and rain, but lightning too, and that sparked a wildfire in the Tonto National Forest yesterday. The Battleship Fire is burning on top of Malpais Mountain, 3 miles south of Tortilla Flat. That blaze is currently at 55 acres in size, 0% containment reported, but no closures or evacuations are in place at this time.
Anthropic is rolling out a new way to identify if something's been generated by AI. ABC's Mike Dubusky has the details.
Anthropic says it's going to weave new watermarks into every bit of text its AI models generate. The specialized code is invisible to the human eye and is meant to flag to computers that the text was either made entirely with AI or modified in some way using the technology. It comes after the European Union's AI Act took effect earlier this month, which fines companies for not labeling AI-generated content.
Turning to sports, the Diamondbacks swept the Rockies last night. The 2 teams are about ready to get things started tonight at Chase Field. All the action can be heard over on our sister station, Arizona Sports 98.7. Also, ArizonaSports.com, and first pitch will be at 6:40. The Mercury head to L.A. to take on the Sparks. That game will tip off at 7 o'clock tonight. And sports is brought to you by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical.
First, it was Chandler with the Flock announcement, then Apache Junction. Today, Tempe. KTAR News reporter Bowen Overstoles, our Flock guy, joins us to tell us the latest on the Flock cameras and their fate around the valley. Bowen, what'd you hear from Tempe today?
Yeah, another announcement from Tempe. As you mentioned, this is a spree of announcements from cities in the last few days. And what we learned from Tempe today is they are no longer automatically sharing data from the Flock system, those vehicle and license plate scanning cameras. They're no longer automatically sharing that data with other law enforcement agencies. So I looked into this a bit today, and what it appears is when an officer actually looks for, a certain inquiry, looks for a certain license plate through this system, they can automatically reach into other cameras in other law enforcement areas. So if you're in, let's say, the West Valley in Peoria and you're looking for an inquiry, you can look through the cameras in other cities. So that will no longer work in Tempe as far as I understand. So other Valley police departments will no longer be able to access the data gathered through Tempe cameras unless they specifically request it. The keyword there is automatic sharing. So I did talk with Tempe Mayor Corey Woods today, and of course, this information can definitely still be shared for various law enforcement purposes. But again, it's that automatic layer that's been removed. A few other things too. The city of Tempe will not renew its contract with Flock. So existing services and those cameras will stay through September 2027, I believe, is when the current contract is set to end. But after that, we'll see what happens with that. I heard from the mayor today that they are seeking a different vendor. So it's not like they're trying to totally move away from this, what is referred to as ALPR technology, but they definitely want to get away from Flock, it appears. Also, the city of Tempe created a public portal. You can go to the city of Tempe's website. It's under to their police page, and you can find a place where you can actually see the last 30 days worth of searches made by Tempe officers through the Flock system. So the entries they're putting in and what they're looking for. I scrubbed through that today as well. There's various things, and as we often hear from law enforcement, stolen vehicles that appear to be the most commonly situation that they're looking for vehicles. So that's what we heard from Tempe today. Also worth noting, it's less of an intense action compared to what we saw from Chandler, where they immediately last week stopped their access to the Flock system. The city of Tempe Police Department is still utilizing that system.
So we've heard from Chandler, they turned them off.
Yeah.
Apache Junction, did they turn theirs off, or they're just not going to renew?
They actually are still, everything's normal over there.
Everything's...
No cancellation of contract. They're still using them. That was just, they had shared an officer through an internal investigation. They had found somebody had misused the system, as they say.
Okay.
But there was no action by the city.
So they're keeping the cameras.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Tempe has had no problems per se, but they've decided that they're not going to share anymore, and they're looking for a new vendor when the contract's up.
Yeah.
So here's my question. If there's been no problem in Tempe, and they're not going to be sharing unless specifically requested, I know some people are afraid about data sharing that shouldn't be. What's the point of looking for a new one? I mean, wouldn't all the issues be the same if they just got a new camera company?
Yeah, I did ask a similar question to Mayor Corey Woods. You know, are these audits that you say have found no issues in the city of Tempe, is that not enough to sort of verify that, hey, these are all good for your perspective? And, you know, in the statement they put out, they definitely cited community concerns as a reason that they made this decision. But, you know, we were talking before the segment started, and I think what you're starting to see is really just bad PR for Flock. We've seen a number of Valley cities. We just listed them off. And of course, this is a national conversation as well.
Pinal County.
And
cut ties.
When we talk about this, you know, it's about ALPR technology, but we really just say Flock, you know, because that's the company that's at the front of this. So I do think that there may be an intention to get away from that. Law enforcement does want access to this technology, and I think they want to get that through a name that may not come with so much scrutiny is definitely a possibility. But, you know, again, with the incidents that we've heard reported in the last few days as well, I think the timing of this too is also, it is a bit of a PR move.
Yeah.
Bowen, give us a 30-second synopsis. When we talk about ALPR or Flock cameras, again, they're the popular company out there. They're the big boy on the block. Yeah. What exactly do these cameras do? What are they used for?
So, and, you know, there are various companies, as we said, so there may be discrepancies in exactly how these are implemented across, you know, different communities. But as far in the Valley, as we've been talking about this, really, when you drive by one of these cameras, it's usually on a black pole with a sort of solar panel on top. It snaps a photo of the vehicle's license plate. And
every time,
and potentially other characteristics. I'm not exactly sure what those can include. It may be vehicle damage or maybe a particular paint job, but definitely the license plates. And those get uploaded to a database that police can then search. So if they're looking for, let's say there's an Amber Alert out or a Silver Alert where there's somebody they know is on the move that they want to track, if that vehicle has passed a Flock camera, they can see when that occurred, and they can then use that to inform their decision of where they'll be heading, where they will take the investigation. Again, it does compile all that into a searchable database that they can then pull after the fact.
So it doesn't matter if it's Becky Lynn's car, your car, my car, this thing's snapping all kinds of photos every day.
Yeah, it is snapping those photos as cars go by in pretty much every instance.
And the head of Flock, and I've forgotten his name, but he was on with Mike Broomhead, and he said license plates are pretty much the only thing that they're looking at. They can't see people in the cars or anything like that. But I know people are concerned about data being collected. He said they don't share it.
Yeah.
So I guess it comes down to, do you believe them or not? But it sounds like, really, with Apache Junction and Chandler, the issue is with the officers in the police department misusing them, not necessarily with the cameras themselves.
Yeah, in those two instances, it was definitely actions by, we should really just say for Apache Junction. We don't know much about what happened in Chandler.
We don't know a whole lot about, no.
But especially at Apache Junction, you know, it was definitely a single officer that made a decision that led to, obviously, his resignation and that internal investigation into how this is used. It wasn't a sort of systemic issue. It wasn't something that applies to the department as a whole in that specific instance. Right. It was the actions of a specific officer and how he chose to use that system.
All right, KTAR Flock guy, Bowen Overstoles. We'll see what city has an announcement tomorrow.
Our Flock follower.
There you go.
There we go.
Thank you, Ballon.
Thank you, guys.
Coming up, will Governor Hobbs' pick up John Giles give her an edge with Arizona independence in November? We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story. We'll check traffic again as well. KTAR News Time is 6:38.
Oh, Becky Lynn, read faster because I am hungry.
Oh, why?
Oh, well, because I want to get home and eat my dinner. I've got all this great grocery store food. Soda has armed me with dozens of recipes. What does SOTA stand for? State of the art. That's what they are all about when it comes to dieting and nutrition. I've shed 25 pounds. I feel great, but I still want to get home. I want to have some delicious chicken. I'm going to throw it in the air fryer, mix it with some broccoli, throw on some spices. Maybe have a little cottage cheese or yogurt as well. I cannot wait to sit down and have my meal. And SOTA, the great thing is, no pills, no shots, no lifetime dependency. It's centered around real food that you get from the grocery store with expert guidance from a nutritionist who's going to help you build a plan that's centered around you and arm you with habits that'll last a lifetime. So whether you want to improve your energy or lose some weight, call them right now, 866-800-SOTA, 866-800-SOTA, and SOTA's 4 weeks for free offer, it's running out. It's only going to be around for a limited time. It's the last time to get it for the summer. So you've got to call them right now, 866-800-SOTA. You can check them out online, SOTAdietandnutrition.com. SOTAdietandnutrition.com. SOTA is, say it with me, state of the art.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Sonic Drive-In is a proud partner of the Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope for our local children and families in need. Dine at any of the Arizona Sonic locations from now through August 31st, and Sonic will donate $1 from every Wacky Pack Kids meal sold to Phoenix Children's. That's $1 for every Wacky Pack meal sold. Feed your kids and help the kids at Phoenix Children's. With your support, we can continue to improve specialized children's care in Arizona. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Rivera, Senior Marketing Manager with Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. In my own family, my son was diagnosed with leukemia. He's now doing great, all thanks to the wonderful medical care of PCH. Call 602-933-4567. You can also text GIVE to 620-620. The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Forget packing suitcases and fighting airport lines. Your family's favorite vacation is your own backyard. Dolphin Pools has been building Arizona's best backyard getaways for over 43 years. With the highest Google and Yelp ratings in the valley. This summer, cool off at home and make memories that actually last. Go to dolphinpools.us and start planning today. That's dolphinpools.us. Dolphin Pools. No passport needed.
We get an update about the surprise DHS facility from the mayor himself. He joins us in studio tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
8:03. Thank you for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Becky Lynn, right here with Joe Huizenga.
That is my name, in fact. Let's take a look at traffic right now. Here's Troy Barrett in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Joe. We got a crash blocking the right lane, I-10 eastbound near 91st Avenue. Also a crash blocking the intersection of US 60 eastbound near Country Club. On the surface streets, a crash involving a pedestrian, 75th Avenue and Glendale. A crash on Kyrene and Guadalupe in Tempe. A new crash, Grand and Bell Road and 91st Avenue. And in Camelback, another collision in that spot as well. Troy Barrett, KTAR News.
Well, we've had a couple of nights of some really stormy weather. We might get a break tonight. Only a 20% chance of showers and storms. Mid-80s for our low overnight. That 20% chance of rain and storms lingers into tomorrow. Our high right around 99. But by tomorrow night, the chance of rain and storms ups to 40%. Right now in Fountain Hills, we're looking at 97 degrees. Weather is brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
Did you get rain at all last night, Becky?
Not a drop.
I have to tell you, it was the hardest rain at my place in probably 2 or 3 years.
Now, we've had a couple of nights now of rain, Sunday night and Monday night. Did you get some Sunday night as well?
No.
So you only got one.
Last night, it was my patio furniture was slammed against a wall in my house, and it was pouring. And, we heard from Chris Coleman earlier in the program, and there had to be at least probably a third of an inch of rain. It came down for a good half hour, and it wasn't just a little sprinkle. It was coming down.
Well, I mean, I could have done without the storm and the wind, but I sure would have loved to have had some of that rain. My goodness, my backyard looks just crispy. Just crispy. I looked at it today, and, everybody's, going on about the rain they got. Not a drop, no wind, nothing. I will say I don't have to clean my pool. Yay.
Exactly. So Governor Katie Hobbs announced her lieutenant governor pick, and that was former Mesa Mayor John Giles. We spoke with Stacey Pearson from Lumen Strategies earlier in the show, and the now independent former Republican is going to appear on the ballot with her in November. And Wes Gullett from Nexus Strategy Group is going to join us in just a moment or two here, and we're going to get his thoughts on it. And, Becky Lynn, what I thought was so interesting when we talked with Stacey was the small percentage of independent voters who she said she feels like is out there. And that's one of the things that I want to ask Wes as well when we go through all of this is, so if there is not that many people out there left to make up their mind, what are we going to see over the next couple months here? And we know that Arizona has a larger percentage of Republicans based on registration.
And then independents or
and then,
no preference.
Yeah, exactly. It goes like 35%, 33%, and then Democrats, it's like 28%.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, all the polls that I've seen show that Katie Hobbs has a slight lead right now. So are we going to see that continue to hold? Is that going to grow? Like, does this Giles pick move the needle at all? Stacey said a lot of money from Katie Hobbs is really driving her advantage. So do we continue to see, is this just a money race? And is that how we see it play out?
Well, she does have a lot more money, and she's really started cranking out those ads. They are everywhere. And Stacey's said it was her guesstimate, but, she is a political strategist, so she's got her finger on the pulse of things. 0.3% of Arizonans have not made up their mind yet. That's a very low number. So she really believed that the pick of Giles, former Republican mayor, now changed his party affiliation to no preference, that's really going to sway the people who were not on the MAGA leaning side and give them somebody, as she said, to vote for instead of vote against. So,
yep, no doubt about it. And, my question is, so if there's more Republicans out there, you would think that would give Andy Biggs the edge. So does her selection of Giles try to cut into that with the independents and the Republicans? And does it actually, or is it, do people just look at the top names on the ballot? Because we've never been down this lieutenant governor road before.
Still, though, I think when it comes to let's go to the GOP side. I think there are a lot of people that are not MAGA, but they're still Republican. And so they don't feel comfortable on the MAGA side. And Biggs is MAGA. There's no question about it. And so they are not feeling comfortable about voting there, but they don't necessarily feel comfortable about voting Democrat either. So they're caught. That's that rock and a hard place. So I think the belief is that by adding Giles, who has been a Republican governor all these years but he did back off the MAGA. So he's kind of one of them. So now that gives them somebody to vote for.
Well,
that's what I think.
We will see how it plays out. We've got, about 3 months until Election Day, right around there? August, September, October?
Yeah, 3 months.
Yeah, it's going to go quick.
And this is usually when everything gets all fired up, but you're right. It may not be that fiery this time. We'll see.
We will check in with Wes Goet again down the road for sure. He's the co-founder and political strategist at Nexus Strategy Group.
So this country's credit card debt is way up. It is ballooning, and we're going to find out just how much it has grown in just about 5 minutes right here on Arizona's Evening News.
Big things are happening with the KTAR News app. There's a brand new design. It's rolling out. Update your app or download it for the first time and experience Arizona news like never before. KTAR News Time, 6:49.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Every student deserves choices in their education. This fall, choose the way you learn. Choose flexibility and personalized support. Choose a cutting-edge, award-winning curriculum. Choose Primavera Online, and you'll be choosing a school that's 25 years strong and can give you a high-quality online education. We're tuition-free, accredited, and now enrolling grades K to 12. Enroll at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
I talk a lot about Moving Team 6 and their attention to veterans. Let's talk to one. Brian, you've been with them for how long?
4 years now, Mike.
What motivated you to call them in the first place?
It was a little after I got out of the Navy, was doing something else, just wanted to start doing something that actually helped people out again. Heard about these guys on the radio and gave them a shot. I'm still here 4 years later now. Take pride in your work, get it done the right way.
For your next move across town or across the country, movingteam6.com. Spell out the word 6 to get to the right website. movingteam6.com.
Life is full of tough choices, but switching and potentially saving hundreds when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive isn't one of them. Not like choosing a vacuum, which, sounds simple enough until 3 weeks later when you're joining vacuum forums and pouring through countless articles. Pretty soon you're making full-on spreadsheets, sifting through thousands of online reviews and saying things like cordless runtime in your everyday conversations. At least bundling home and auto with Progressive is an easy choice. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
Hey, it's LaDonna. How not to be the pig in the latest pig butchering scam. And other nonsense that's meant to separate you from your money. That's tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga.
I'm Becky Lynn. Americans' credit card debt has reached a shockingly high number. ABC Sherry Preston has more now on the amount that we're plopping on the plastic.
The Federal Reserve Bank of New York says collectively Americans put $21 billion more on their credit cards in the second quarter of this year, totaling a whopping $1.26 trillion, just shy of an all-time credit card debt level set in the fourth quarter of last year. Rising prices for gas and groceries clearly pinching our pockets. The percentage of credit card balances that were more than 90 days delinquent jumped from just over 7% in 2022 to almost 13% this year. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
That's big, big money right there. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Millennial homeownership, easy for me to say, in the Phoenix Metro is on the rise, with 54% of that generation owning a home in 2023, according to a newly released Rent Cafe study. Count me amongst them. However, they're still buying at a much slower pace than the generations before them. ASU's director of the Division of Real Estate, Kimberly Winson-Giedman, joined Arizona's Morning News to explain.
So when we look at the age of 35, right, you've got about 56% of millennials owning homes. Gen X, at that same age, about 59% of Gen X owned homes and 62% baby boomers.
Winson-Giedman added that trend is likely to continue, where generations will be owning homes at a much slower pace than those before them.
All right, we got a little time to volley just a little bit. So
we do. Do you want to kick it off or you want me to go first here? I like both of them.
You go first.
Okay. President Trump reportedly underwent this elaborate plan to hide his flight from Turkey to the United Kingdom last month using, did you see this, Becky?
I had this story on the news today, yes.
Catering food truck and a military craft, according to the Washington Post, amid threats against him from Iran. It was a secret mission, according to the Post. It was carried out without the knowledge of the traveling press and even some White House officials aboard the decoy flight, all while the White House was saying that Trump was aboard the old Air Force One jet. So, Becky Lynn, I need to know, what's the most daring escape that you've ever made, and make it good?
What makes you think I've ever made a daring escape from
Becky
anything?
Lynn, this is the question I get. You got to just think about it.
The only thing I can think of.
See, you got something. I knew it.
No, it's not daring, but I think we've all been here. You know, you're somewhere, and as a woman, there's a guy, and you don't want him to see.
There you go.
You know, that kind of thing. So you have to get somebody to distract, and you quickly exit out the door, and they, you know, you're gone.
You did that?
Yes.
Just once?
Well, at least once.
At least once. Okay.
Okay. Here's a story for you. A Brazilian study of more than 5,000 adults found that non-ordinary experiences, things like hearing voices, sensing an unseen presence, or feeling sudden overwhelming awe, are far more common than clinical research suggests. Some people, most of them, were fully awake, they were sober and healthy when this experience happened. So they weren't dreaming, they weren't intoxicated or sick. About 20% of them felt an immediate negative reaction, but about 50% said this experience had a positive long-term effect on their life. Spooky. Joe, what's the spookiest thing that's ever happened to you, and how did it leave you feeling?
The closest I can get is I felt like it happened to me in a dream. Maybe I was awake, but I felt like it was a dream. My mom had been in the hospital for a period of weeks. She had a really bad accident. And I can't say that this was God for sure, because I never heard a voice, but I just had a sense that she was going to get out of the hospital and be okay. And things were very, very bad at this point that I was feeling all this. And again, I didn't hear voices, but it was just this sense.
Yeah, well, that was one of the things they said.
Yeah, while I was, again, I felt like I was dreaming. I'm not going to say that it was God, but it was something. It wasn't any voice presence that I can definitively say, but I just had the sense that everything's going to be okay.
I think it was God. I think it was. You
Maybe.
don't, I mean, it
Maybe
doesn't
not.
have to be a booming voice from heaven for it to be God.
Well, you know,
so.
I'm a believer, but I am also, I question a lot. So I'm not going to sit here and say, like, I just don't know.
Well, it was something.
It was.
And it was, and And it worked out.
It did.
Your mom got out of the hospital?
It definitely worked out.
All right.
And she is still with us to this day. She is doing well.
Good to know.
Yeah. Coming up tomorrow on Arizona's Morning News, former Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Richer is going to join Jim and LaDonna at 6:14. He's going to talk about a new Pew Research poll that shows barely half of Republicans and Democrats trust the midterm elections will be fair. How about that?
Wow.
So make sure to check out Arizona's Morning News on the KTAR News YouTube feed.
All right. I hope you're not hungry, because this story tonight, our good news story, involves food. Do you love cheese?
I told you a while ago, I'm very hungry. So.
Yeah, well, that's right, you did.
Uh-huh.
Do you love cheese?
Of course I love cheese, just not goat cheese.
Oh, I like goat cheese. You know what? All right. Anyway, there's good news if you love cheese. There's a new study out of the University of Toronto. This was a 12-week study, and this study finds you can eat 3 servings a day of full-fat cheese, the good stuff.
Not as much as I want.
Without affecting your body weight or composition, metabolism, or your cholesterol.
Okay.
Now, we've heard for years, lay off the cheese. It's full of fat, and cholesterol. Why and how does the data keep changing? Well, scientists say they don't know. It's true, full-fat cheese does have sat fat and cholesterol. It's an animal product, after all, and it's generally considered bad for humans to eat too much of it. But Professor Harvey Anderson in the nutritional sciences field at this University of Toronto says, nonetheless, numerous human studies have found no link between full-fat dairy consumption and negative health outcomes. In fact, you get calcium and vitamin D, so load up those nachos and enjoy.
How much is on like a slice of pizza? Is that 3 servings right there? Is that what we're going to find out?
Probably all 3 in one day, yeah. But you know what? You can have the pizza and not worry so much about it.
There you go. The Chad Benson Show is up next after the latest national